again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creative Team Career here with Cadillac on the PC. Tonight, round 17 of Season 5. We are heading to Montreal to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, the Canadian Grand Prix. So here we are then, ready and waiting to go to Canada. Hopefully we will have a good round today. I do like this circuit. It's always been one of my favourites. And it's a wet one, potentially. As you can see here, we've got nice dry weather for Friday for practice 1 and then sprint quali. We will have light rain forecast for the Saturday, which could well affect both the sprint and main quali as well, and then the same light rain again on Sunday. Slightly warmer temperatures as well, so we're getting to the soggy side of the championship, it would seem, after a wet Miami as well. Let's just check ahead. Vegas looks like it's going to be dry, probably going to be dry at COTA, given that chance of rain at 14%, and then well, we've had wet weather at Sao Paulo as well, so it could well be wet there too. But we'll see how that one goes when we get there. Right. This is the circuit. Almost all of it is flat out, as you can see. We do have a couple of lovely DRS areas for us to blitz our way through. And then, yeah, maybe we'll have a really good race. Maybe we'll get left behind a little bit, but we do have pretty good history around this circuit. Although I seem to remember last time we had intermittent weather like this, only 7 cars finished. So let's see what happens tonight. I don't think it'll be quite as chaotic as it was last year, but we've seen strange things happen before, so you never know. Will history repeat itself? Will this be yet another absolutely chaotic Canadian Grand Prix? I really don't know. Right, let's check the cars. New chassis. Is it on both cars? It is. Fantastic. There we go. We should be good on all the other parts as well. Yep. Same front wings. Same rear wings with spares. Side pods, yes. Underfloors, yes. And last but not least, the suspensions, yes. There we go. So cars are looking pretty healthy, at least in terms of, you know, the parts that we have aero-wise. Not quite so much on the engine side. Another engine would be really nice, but at this point, you know, it's going to be penalties to actually put them in, plus a big financial burden as well. Not really something I think we can justify, either positionally for the penalty or financially for that matter. So we will have to make do with what we have and just hope that the car is quick enough. It is going to make Brazil, in particular, I think, quite uncomfortable. Possibly COTA as well. This is why I'm desperately trying to use as much of the old bits as we possibly can, just to make sure that we arrive in Brazil in some kind of shape. Right, gearbox, let's go. Let's see who we got in the chat then. We got Army, we got Dino, Beard is here as well. Hello, hello, hello. Hello to everyone else who is lurking in the chat as well. As always, please do feel free to say hello. Right. We swapped out the powertrains, ready for practice. Performance-wise, as before, our engine cooling is not too bad. Our tyre wear is still really strong. Dirty air is not too far away from the average, even though we're down in 19th. We are lacking in the high speed and the medium speed. Not too bad in the low speed. Again, compared to the averages. That's these little 2 marks here. But this is the big one as well. Speed, we are definitely struggling in speed. Not looking quite so good in the DRS either. We do have more research going through for next season. As you can see, we've got 3 projects that are between 3 and 4 weeks away. We've got this one which is just 1 week away. And we have an ATR that is sat ready and waiting to do another front wing project when this one finishes. So we've got some time, and we should hopefully have enough money to be able to get some more bits done. And that is everything we need to get prepped. Let's take a look at the standings. So the constructors, I think, is pretty much over. We're still within 100 points. So technically we're still in the fight, but I mean, it's a big gap. We got outscored by another 10. The cars aren't fantastic, and Ford are very strong. So I think we can say goodbye to the Constructors' Championship. I don't think we're going to get it unless something crazy happens to take out both Fords and we get a really, really strong finish. Something that will catapult us back. As far as the Drivers' Championship goes, again, I mean, it's not the closest gap, but we are still technically in the fight, although we are in the fight with a less powerful car, a tendency to be out-qualified by and out-finished by our title rival. So the gap to Oscar is now 30 points. We also have Leclerc 40 points behind Max. So there is a very real chance that we could win the title. There's a very real chance that we could get pipped by Charles Leclerc and maybe even Kimi Antonelli as well. Antonelli is just 2 points further behind Charles Leclerc and has been very quick this year, winning the last Grand Prix, and that's his 3rd win of the season. Plus he's got 2 sprint wins as well. So he has been quick. He has been very quick. You can see the wins have actually been spread quite evenly. 3 wins for Oscar, 3 wins for Max, 2 for Leclerc, 3 for Antonelli. Tsunoda picked up a win as well, and Lindblad is another race winner, as is Norris, who got his first win a couple of races ago. Sainz has had a win. Bearman's had a win. Is that it for wins? I think it is. Yeah, that's it. And obviously Hugo's just been in a different championship. So it's been a good distribution of wins. It hasn't been just one driver running away with it, which is why we're still able to potentially consider ourselves in the title fight. I don't know. We'll still be in that position come the end of the day. Let's find out, shall we? Race targets, as always, are going to be 18th or higher for both drivers. And off we go to Montreal.
Formula One has arrived here in Quebec, and we're excited to get underway. Let's hope it's not going to be Groundhog Day. The local rodents have disrupted more than one race day here in the past. The Canadian Grand Prix is ready to kick off, and the only drama on the tracks we want to see is the best drivers in the world battling it out for a place on that podium.
In this round, the teams have 2 races to contend with both the sprint and the Grand Prix offering the chance to bag some championship points.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Formula One.
It's not hedgehogs, it's groundhogs that get hit around this circuit. But yes, remember the groundhogs. Beard says, "Hi Jim, I remember you mentioned you were testing the Realistic Racing 2026 update. What do you think? I used it for Singapore GP, and the gaps were massive between the cars. Energy management is crazy." Yeah, I mean, it took me a moment to figure out exactly what was going on. But yeah, I mean, I haven't got that far with my test because I've actually been running a series. Where did I get to with it? I think I've just done 2 Grand Prix. Yeah, I ran the China, and then I'm going to run it again at the weekend. But no more testing now until the weekend because I'm going to have to swap the binaries out, and I don't want to forget to swap it back. So I'll wait till the weekend. What I can show you, though, is the livery that I put together for Cadillac for that season. But I'm going to have to reload, actually, to do that. So, yeah, let's quickly do that. Evening, Gina. So we go to team branding, go to car livery and presets and saved. So there is my interpretation of the 2026 Cadillac. It's not the asymmetrical design that they have. I've gone for something that's mirrored on both sides, but I've tried to keep it as close to the actual original as possible, including using the Cadillac logo on parts of the front wings to try and get that really god-awful ugly front wing that they have. It hasn't quite worked, but without it actually overlapping onto the nose, it was quite tricky. So that's that. And then I haven't quite got the exact same sponsors in the sponsor pack. So it's not Telcel that's there, although it is Telcel here, albeit in a small font just there and just there, but facing forward. The Jim Beam I've got here is correct, but it's actually the only sponsor they had at China that's on the Halo, and it was right here, which right on the side of the Halo, which looked really weird. That's not General Motors, that's something else, but there is a GM badge that's down here on the Jim Beam thing. The colours aren't quite right. It needs a little bit of tweaking, but generally it is pretty close, I think. What is going on with the lettering? The Cadillac lettering is missing. I think that's using a different logo. Oh, it is. It's using a different logo. That's why. So let me quickly apply that. Okay, so just slightly different variation. I just wrote the word Cadillac underneath. I was going to put Formula 1 team as well, but it didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. But yeah, that's essentially my attempt to try and recreate it using a little bit of colour fading. So the Pirelli, the Game Bridge, the Cadillac logo just here, Tommy Hilfiger, those are all accurate sponsors. Claro there is an accurate sponsor. Jim Beam is accurate, except it's white on a black barge board. And then obviously that's TWG AI, but that's not part of the sponsor pack. It's TWG Global. The little Cadillac badge up here is accurate. That's not AT&T, that's something else, but the logo size and design is very, very similar to what there actually is on the rear wing. So that's why I went with them. So yeah, that was just something I tried to create, and they do have this lovely kind of white wall on their tyres as well, so that's pretty close to how their wheel rims look as well. So yeah, it's not perfect, but I think it does the job. Let's get ourselves back to delivery we should have, and rather than messing around trying to find it, because I can't remember where it is, we'll just reload the save again. And let's head back to Montreal. This time with the correct car.
Formula One has arrived here in Quebec.
Okay, there we go. So, we are here, we are ready. We've got one session to get the car as good as we can. Oh, shit. Just realised I'm going to have to change all the engine parts again because we reloaded the save. Damn it. Okay. Bear with me a second while we get that done. Gina says the season is ending and we aren't noticing. Well, yeah, I mean, this season's almost over. We've got one more season to go. And then we'll probably be ending this series and starting a new one. I think we've had a pretty good run, all things considered. A very tough start to the series, where the car was very much underpowered, and we have fought and scraped and clawed our way to this position, where we are now looking pretty strong and going into the first year of a brand new set of regulations, with hopefully what will be a very strong car for our final year and a chance to take a real run at both titles. Right, let's get some fuel in the car. So Montreal is 21 laps. If you want to do 2 separate runs, we want to try and just do 1, given that it is a sprint weekend and this is our only session. We probably won't. We'll probably have to come in and make some tweaks to the setup, but we'll fuel for 1 run anyway, just in case we do get very, very close, or close enough that we can justify staying out. And let's put some setups on the car. So Montreal is an interesting setup. You know, very, very low on the front. Starts at around a 2.5. Doesn't really go above like a 4.5. But it is not the lowest on the front wings. You know, we're talking a 12 most of the time, maybe an 11.5. We are going to start with 3.5, a 12, a 2.8. I think this is what we went with last year as well. A 3.2 and a 0.8 as our starting setup with this car. And then we will go with something a little different for Lando, as we often do. Let's go with 3.5 on the front wing. Let's go with an 11.5 on the rear, and a 1.9 on the roll bar. And then we'll go a little bit higher on both the camber and the toe. We'll go up to a 3.3 and a 1. There we go. And let's hit the track and see if this is looking good.
Four seconds, 3, 2, 1, green light.
So Porsche's car has some minor engine wear,
radio's
which
very good for us.
could facilitate an engine penalty when that gets swapped out, when it goes orange.
And radio check when you can.
We've got Sanhueza in the car for Ferrari, Figueroa in the car for McLaren.
Clear.
Shaw.
Reminder for
Is it
brake
Shaw
temperature.
Cross? No, that's Waleed, isn't it? Yeah, Waleed Sharik is there. Stutley Lindsley's in the car again for HiTech. Right, Buckley's in the car for for Williams. And that is it for the rookies.
Cool the car.
Okay.
We've been waiting. Yeah, going back to your earlier point, Beard, what I find is a good way to get an understanding of what's going on with the energy management is to keep the information box popped over the DRS like this, and just watch the DRS over a couple of laps and see how it deploys, how it recharges. Make sure that you've got all of the relevant bits, and I do recommend that you run it with the 2012 UI changes. 2026 UI change pack as well, which is in the on overtake, just so that you can actually see the maximum deployment is like 12.5, 13 megajoules. And then the maximum harvesting, I think, is 9 megajoules. And just watch how it does that every lap. And one other thing to bear in mind as well is that when you're racing, generally I'll leave mine in neutral unless I want to slowly but very incrementally just bring it back up again. I'll leave it in top up. Harvest is you're still going to see a lot of battery usage even in harvest, and that's going to throw you at first, but that will get you a little bit more battery each lap, but it will also leave you a bit more vulnerable on big deployment areas. And then down underneath that, during the race weekend, you'll have your battle assist mode, which you'll be sort of clicking to tick on or off. If you, as a general rule of thumb, leave it off unless you want that extra half a megajoule or so of boost power. If you leave that ticked, make sure you stay in top up so that you've got a chance to keep the battery from draining entirely. Rather than neutral. But I generally tend to leave it unticked unless I want to push an overtake, in which case I'll tick the boost override and then I'll put it into deploy, and as soon as I get past, I'll go straight back into top up. You've got to be very sparing with how much you use the deploy, otherwise you will get caught out later in the lap. It takes a while to get used to, but so once you can see what's actually happening, it makes it much easier to figure out, you know, where and when is the best place to try and make a push. Evening, Victor. Right, let's speed our drivers up a bit.
The tires?
And wait for some feedback.
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
All right, feedback incoming. We're at 95% for Max. That's pretty good. We'll leave him out a bit longer. Let's see what Lando thinks. Oh, Lando's even better. 97. Beautiful. So we'll leave him out a bit longer as well.
Copy, understood. And try to keep the temperature on the tires.
So we want to get... Oh, God. Stop constantly coming out of boost like this. I want to try and get this up to about 50%, if not a little bit higher. See, we're not quite at 100% on the car part knowledge. That's because we're still learning that new chassis that we dropped on for yesterday's Grand Prix. All right, that's a pretty nice little run that we've had. Let's go to prediction. There we go. So we've had a nice little stint at that higher level of track knowledge gain. Now we'll call them in and have a quick look at the cars. And that is Porsche's car going orange.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
So that is an engine part that will get switched out as soon as the session is ended. Right, we need to tweak the front wing, I think. I'm going to take it down. Let's go down to a 3. And then we're going to need to rebalance this. Like that. So that now stays where it is. That stays where it is. Oh, looks just about. With a small bit of movement there, small bit of movement there, small bit of movement there. And that hopefully will be the 5% that we need. So we'll confirm that. Evening, Johnny. And
Lando,
let's do the same for Lando as well.
On, please. And stop it.
Lando probably just needs a front wing tweak or a camber tweak. One of those two would be my guess. It's the front wing. And that could go either way. That's going to be a little harder to diagnose. This is literally going to be a 50-50 guess. So let's try going up, maybe, and see. We would then have to bring that down. And then we would probably have to bring that down a click as well. Let's give that one a go. And if it's wrong, we can switch it back round. And go the opposite direction instead. We should have enough time left to get a full feedback run out of both of them. Both cars running with the high risk of a fault developing
your front tires.
because we've got really, really battered parts in the car right now. 10% engine, 18% ERS, and a 21% gearbox. And there we go. Major engine wear. A fault could develop any time. That's never a good thing to see. And if we have a look at Max, 19 on the engine, 34 on the ERS, so that's a little bit healthier, and then 22 on the gearbox as well. Speed them up. Now the gearbox is threatening to explode as well. Fun. Come on. We can make it through to the end of the session. We've got time for full feedback as well, which is nice. We made Max's car worse. Ooh,
Yeah, that's
boo.
nice. Copy that.
What about Lando's car?
I'm in. So limiter should be on now. Stop on the marks.
So I think we went down on the front wing on Max's car, didn't we? dear. I swear to God, music can sometimes completely ruin your mind. I saw that boom, 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 and I immediately thought of the Venga Boys. I read that, and I literally heard in my head, boom, 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 boom. Just, no. I hated that song, but it was just had that catchy earworm.
Any feedback?
And look at that, we went the right way, but we overcorrected the toe.
Understood.
Yeah, we definitely went the wrong way in the front wing. So that's going to go that way. That's going to come that way. I don't know if that's enough of a change. Let me go back to that. Yeah, I'd be more inclined to go up to a 4.5 and then do that.
And box visual box, speed confirm.
So we'll have a blind setup going into qualifying for Max for the sprints, but I think we should be good with that. We shouldn't be too far away if it's not 100%. And we should be pretty much covered by the amount of running that we've done as well. Plus, we'll be able to change the setup without incurring a penalty after the sprint as well. So that's all good. Now we just need to fix Norris's setup. And that just needs a click of toe. So very, very close on that. Yeah, I should have left that at 100. There we go. All right, fantastic. That's it. Cars are set. We know that one's 100%. We hope that one's 100%. Practice is done. Qualifying for the sprints is next.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
So this will be the last confirmed bit of dry weather that we have. We might well have some dry weather over the rest of the weekend with intermittent rain, or it may be, just wet all the way through all of the remaining sessions. But let's get the best bits we've got left into the cars. Plenty of points are available today, but we are going to need good qualifying to get the most out of them. Because as always, it's very hard to overtake in the wet with realistic racing. Right, we are prepped and ready. Let's get into qualifying and see if we can make it out of Q1.
Green light.
Albon is first onto the track. We are going to wait just a moment before we go out. I don't want to get caught out like we usually do on the first run because traffic is tricky in places around this circuit, especially here. And I really do not want to get caught out with cars exiting the pits as we're coming into turn 2, because that will just destroy any run that we have. So we'll let a couple of cars come out first, and then we'll start to head out. Let's go out now behind Charles Leclerc. See if we can get a toe off the back of him as well. Max is right up Norris's backside here. This could be a recipe for disaster. Let's tell him to drop back a little bit. So while we're doing that, Alex Albon is going to cross the line and start his lap. And of course, no traffic anywhere near him. He will have a TGR to get past at some point. That's Pierre Gasly. Now we've got Schumacher exiting the pit lane. And the second Maserati, that is Pato O'Ward. There's Porsche is about to start his lap. That could be an interesting little coming together, potentially. Is he going to ruin the lap? Yes, he is. He absolutely ruins that lap.
Track
Porsche.
is
That's what I was wary of. And luckily we haven't got anyone coming out the pits as we come through. So let's head to Max. Let's ride on board.
Okay,
Norris, I don't think is quite close enough.
Good to go.
Here come the Ferraris, or a Ferrari and an Audi, I think. Yeah, so Ferrari with an Audi right behind it. We've got a McLaren and the second TGR, a Padjar, and the second Audi in the pits. And there is Lindblad coming out the pits as well. So, yeah, we just about made that through before all the potential shit around turn 2 kicked off. How do I make my save more hard? Well, I'm running the modular version of realistic racing. So I can make some little tweaks that way, including adding in the harder version of the system in there. We also teleported the end of 2025, getting everything set up, and then sim the first year in 2026 to start in 2026 with the brand new regulations, and then made adjustments to the performance to make sure the Cadillac were the worst car, tweak the engines, etc.
So at the moment you have P3.
P2.
And so yeah, we were a long way behind development-wise, and then we've just been trying to work our way up to the grid, up the grid since then. We've also been running a revised calendar of 20 races with 10 sprints. And what surprised me is the only real change we've had to points was we've got double points for the final race. We haven't had the chance to change the points since. You just downloaded Realistic Racing. You're about to finish your first season. Well, you can actually now, with a brand new save, teleport to the start of 2026 with Realistic Racing. That has, sorry, with the database editor. That's something that happened about a week and a half ago. The first part, it happened actually right before Australia. They released the 2026 database update. So you can do that. What you can also do is if you find that your car is way too powerful in the second season, if you're starting in 25 and you go straight to the new reg changes at the end of the year, is you can go into the online database editor and you can reduce your car stats a little bit. I run it with hard, and I also run it with hard development as well. Plus you can also tweak things to make the car or make the AI more powerful in development as well. So see how you do for a couple of seasons, and if you find it is getting a little too easy, you can boost the AI's development by getting them using more in making better use of lightweight parts, or having a bit of a design boost as well. I haven't had the need to do that because it has been a grind to go from being 8 to 10% behind everybody else to now within 1.5% of the bottom car of the original 10. But yeah, it's taken us. Let's say this is season 5, and we're now in a position where we are, challenging for semi-regular podiums. We're scoring points very consistently. We've had a little bit of luck, and Ford haven't been quite as dominant this year. So the wins have been quite evenly distributed to a degree. We saw earlier, Antonelli's now got 3 wins. Leclerc's got 2 wins. Max has got 3 wins. Oscar's got 3 wins. Norris has got a win. Bearman and Sainz have both won a Grand Prix as well. So the wins have been reasonably well distributed this time around. What am I using for Toyota? I'm actually using a Patreon mod. This is a Mr. Only mod for Toyota. But there are other ones that you can use. It's just a slight variation that we've seen. Right, we're going to need to go back out again soon. We're not safe yet. It is one of those circuits where the margins can be very, very fine. And we've got, let's see, Sainz definitely out of position, but about to start his lap. Doohan way out of position. Pourchaire way out of position. And Lawson way out of position. I don't know about these two because I can't see their lap times. Gasly possibly is a little out of position as well. And then Bearman, you would expect, could be a little bit quicker. Maybe the Williams as well. So yeah, this grid order could change dramatically here. Yeah, Little Onion's Patreon is really good for custom helmets. Yeah, he's like the specialist for custom helmets in this game. But he's also got some really good livery options as well for some of the teams. We've got a yellow flag out there. Not sure where or for who. Lock it for Gasly.
Let's take a look at the replay. Now just keep your eyes on Gasly here. All good at this point.
So locking up at the
and
hairpin.
The car just locks. They took a gamble and it was just too late.
Disappears into the shadow realm and comes back out again. Is that Bearman behind us? I think it is. It might be Sainz, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Oh, it's Sainz. Yeah, there's Bearman leaving the pit lane now. So, again, we've now managed to stay out long enough, or stay in the garage long enough to avoid most of the carnage as all the other cars start piling out of the pits. It's not a good day to be Jack Doohan. He's going to have a whole ton of traffic. Oh, he just gets through ahead of Oscar Piastri there. That was close. He could have had his lap ruined before it even started. But he still has more traffic to get through. He's got a Williams in front of him, his teammate, a Ferrari, and a McLaren. Those two get out the way.
Doing a good job on tyres.
It's Bearman and Russell.
And track is
No,
clear,
Bearman and
track
Vesti
clear.
in front of him. Russell's just going around the hairpin.
Will be charge button off for last corner.
And he threads the needle
Time's
between the
good.
two of them.
You should have no
This isn't a bad
traffic
lap
issues.
at the moment. He's on course
So remember,
to
no
just
push,
hit
good to go.
Colapinto. We are starting our laps now. No traffic through this opening sector in front of us, which is good. Norris has potentially got some traffic coming up, and we've got a very quick Mick Schumacher hassling and harrying Norris. That's not ideal. Here comes some traffic. A lot of these cars are being pulled over as well. There's a very real risk that they might not make it round in time. Well, somehow Max threads the needle. There's a risk that some of them might not make it round in time to start a new lap. Look, time is ticking away.
So
Yeah,
well,
there we go. All those cars that we just passed on the straight, if they were about to start a lap, it's too late.
Okay.
So,
Am I not safe?
yeah, Leclerc is done. He didn't get across the line in time.
Yeah,
Nor did Pato O'Ward. He's done. So is... who's the car in front of Leclerc there? It's an Aston. And that's Lawson. So Lawson didn't make it across the line to start his lap either. So Norris is safe. Because, there we go. Hadjar is now at risk. Hadjar's on an in-lap. Hadjar's done. So Hadjar is out with Colapinto. Both Ferraris are Bearman and Sainz. Gasly's still got a chance. No, Gasly's out. What happened to Gasly? Did he abort his lap? I bet he aborted his lap after that lockup. So Gasly's out, and Lawson never made it round in time to start his flying run. So both of our cars are through to the next round. Unfortunately, Oscar isn't quick again. But we survived Q1. That's what we like to see. 100% on both car setups. Lovely stuff. Forgot to check last time between our two runs. New tyres for this session. It will be dry again. I'm going to worry about the weather. So, let's see how we do.
Green light.
Once again, Albon is the first one out. And once again, we're just going to wait a little moment just so we don't get hit with all that traffic. We've got a couple of cars coming out now. Piastri and Porsche. Out goes Freddie Vesti. And there goes Antonelli. And we'll slot out behind him. And ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. There he is behind us. So if you did not see last year's Canadian Grand Prix here, utter chaos. So many retirements. Quite possibly a record number of retirements. We had just 7 cars finish the race, and 2 of them were damaged as well. The most chaotic race I've ever seen. And probably the most stressful 40 laps that we've had, or I've ever had as well. Desperately trying to hang on. Yeah, if you have not seen that race, go check it out at some point. It is insane. Absolutely insane. And then we followed it up with Vegas with another 11 retirements. Yeah, it was a very strange couple of days. That's the 2 HiTechs just leaving the pit lane now. It's not ideal, but they should be through the awkward bit by the time we get there.
Track is clear, track
Mistake for somebody. Was that...
And charge button off.
Who was that? It was Freddie Vesti at turn 1. I wasn't sure if it was Vesti or George. I had a feeling it was one of the McLarens.
Things were all right here. Very heavy on the brakes. By that point, it was just too late.
Right, he might continue the lap, he might have bought. I think he's pushing on. Alright, we get past the first of the HiTechs without any issue. I'm not sure whether Vesti is pushing on. No, it's hard to tell from the mini-map. 25-1, still his first second time, which was bad. Split. 27-3, I think he's bought it. Yeah, it looks like he's bought it. Albon is top from Jack Doohan. Antonelli's looking very quick. Piastri goes top. Even Daniel. Up to the line for Kimi. He goes top. Max goes 3rd, and Norris goes 5th. Not a bad first run.
Then we will go mode in and cool the car. Yeah.
And we have a yellow flag as well.
So at the moment you have P7.
And that is Antonelli spinning. He's just finished his lap, so
nothing at this point.
Not too bad. But let's see what happens.
And round they go.
Whoops,
not a mistake they'll want to make again.
In and Billiopoulos. All right, Russell and Leclerc are pushing. As Doohan hits the pit lane. Leclerc goes P7. Let's see what George does. George goes 2nd. Good lap for George. And then we've got the 2 Alpines. HiTechs. There's Schumacher in the background. So P8
Round up
for
to lane.
Lindblad. Schumacher goes P11. Norris now into the drop zone. I'd like to think Max is safe, but it's only a couple of tenths safe at the moment. It's not that convincing. And Norris definitely needs to find some time on the next run. Into the pits for one of the two Williams drivers. Not sure which one. That's George boxing. And then we've still got Lindblad and Schumacher. There goes one of the Alpines. That's Jack Doohan, who desperately needs an improved lap. Pato goes out as well. Currently looking pretty comfortable in P4. Oscar's going out. We're going to try and slot out right behind him. And Tsunoda slots out behind us. So, an all-important pressure lap here for Lando. He's currently a good 2.5 tenths or so away from safety. Well, I say from safety, from Drogovic. His time is a 1:11.692. He is 6.8 tenths away. So yeah, 2.5 tenths behind Felipe Drogovic at the moment. And I do expect those
Track
times
is
to improve
clear.
as well. Oh,
Track
look at all
is
this
clear.
traffic coming out. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Corner.
A good chunk of them aren't going to have time to make it round.
Look good.
But this does not look
Gap
good.
is good. Good to go.
It's going to be chaos here at turn 2. Oh, we just get through ahead of Charles Leclerc. That was crucial. Past the McLaren, we've got a yellow flag somewhere as well. That was a lock-up for Doohan.
So this is what happened. Now this was the 7th corner. The wheels just lock up there, and they ended up their own passenger.
Big lock-up for Doohan. That's ruined his lap. Not the best first sector for Max, 22.0. It's pretty bad, actually. Norris, not the personal best that he needed, but, I mean, at least he's not massively off. Still got a chance. All depends on whether he can get a nice toe off the back here. It's not a good middle sector either. I think Norris isn't going to make it through. I just hope Max is still safe. Max is finishing the lap pretty strongly. So Porsche improves his time but not his position. Norris improves the final sector but is out. Max is also improved in the final sector, but I think he is not improved overall. So Norris is definitely done. Vesti fighting with a Williams just to get across the line.
That was a good lap, that last one.
It's a terrible lap for Freddie Vesti. I think he's actually starting his lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's starting his lap, so he has got ahead of the Williams, and that might give him an opportunity to actually punch through here. Look at all the traffic. Oh, the Williams drivers are screwed. Well, Albon is very screwed. Bortoletto definitely took a bit of a hit there, as you can see. And was it Leclerc as well? Yeah, Leclerc's screwed. He's not going to improve. Ooh, could Leclerc get knocked out here? Felipe Drugovich is on a pretty good lap here. Schumacher improves to P8. Charles Leclerc is in trouble. Charles Leclerc is in real trouble. Drugovich improves to P9. Porsche is now into the drop zone, or the danger zone. Leclerc in the drop zone, and not looking like he's going to improve. He's lost so much time on this lap. Freddie Vesti improves his time, but not his position. No improvement for the Williams drivers. Leclerc had a horrible final sector as well. He is out, just in front of Lando Norris. Look at that. He's only 3.4 tenths separating the top 10. Very, very tight. Very tight indeed. There you can see Leclerc missing out by 12 hundredths of a second. So we have got one car through into the top 10 shootout. That's Verstappen. That's good. At least it gives him an opportunity to try and take the fight to Oscar. We will have time for 2 runs. Let's see if we can get an early slipstream.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm going out behind somebody. I don't know who. Going out behind Porsche. Who might be easier to stay with than Piastri. There's both of the Alpine, I keep calling them Alpine. Both of the HiTechs coming out. And then we've got Drugovich tucked in behind them. So a little bit of a train of slipstreams going on here. Every time I see that red helmet in that silver Mercedes, I do get massive Michael Schumacher flashbacks to 2012. Car have good performance. It's the worst car on the grid, but not by a lot. The field is very close this year.
Gap is currently good.
And we've got the best driver on the grid in Max, and the 4th or 5th best driver on the grid, I think. Actually, no, it's a bit lower than that. I think it might be 7th or 8th with Norris. There's a lot of drivers around the 90 mark. Oscar's at a 92, Charles Leclerc's a 91, and then there's quite a few drivers who are on 90. Norris is one of them. So that helps. Ah, wrong button. That's the button I wanted to click. Shit. My bad. So, Porsche is a tenth slower than us here, and we've now got a really good run in his slipstream up to the line. And we are top for now.
P1. Mode in will box this lap.
Yeah.
Will we stay there? No, George goes quicker than us. What about Kimi? Kimi goes top. We are 3 tenths away, but we are ahead of Oscar. And there is still another run to go. Is the best car Mercedes or Ferrari? The best car, actually, is Aston Martin at the moment. At least based on development, anyway. Let me... because we haven't done it yet for this weekend. Open up the database editor. At least we'll do it after qualifying. We'll get qualifying out of the way, then we'll take an actual look at the performance performance index.
I'm in.
Aston have got a Honda engine, yes. All right, it is now playing the waiting game. We do not want to be the first on track. We want the slipstream. Not many cars left that we can get it from. Porsche, Antonelli, Russell. And Piastri will go out behind one of the Mercedes drivers. This time out behind Antonelli. We've got Lindblad popping out behind us, and there in the background was Porsche. Last car to leave the pit lane on his own, Oscar Piastri. No slipstream for him, but he will have a lot of clear air. And I think he's far enough away from the cars coming round to start their lap, would kind of include us as well, to not get caught up in traffic. I'd love it if Oscar doesn't actually get the time because he gets pulled over. I would love it if he doesn't actually get time to complete his or start his final run.
Track will be clear. Mode push, good to go. So you're in a good position.
So yeah, the Ferrari Mercedes engines in my save are the two most powerful engines. Then it's I think it's Honda next, and then behind that is Cadillac and Audi, and then BMW for Williams at the bottom. Improving at the moment. Can't keep up with Antonelli, he's a little bit too quick. Oh. He went purple. We were only a tenth slower. And it wasn't a personal best. Yeah, I don't think we're close enough to get the benefit of the slipstream here. But whoever's right behind us, and it's Lindblad, is going to get a mighty improved lap. Antonelli goes top. We don't improve. Lindblad goes second. Schumacher up to 4th place. Oscar didn't make it round. He didn't make it round in time to start his lap. Oh, he must have just missed it. I just assumed he would be safe. Oscar qualifies 9th, which will be outside the points for the sprint. We are in 5th place. Antonelli takes the sprint pole, keeping his strong run of form going. Winner of last night's Grand Prix. George Russell takes 2nd. Then it's the two HiTechs of Lindblad and Schumacher on row 2. We line up on row 3 alongside Yuki Tsunoda. Then it's Pourchaire and Drugovich and Piastri and Pato for the top 10. Next up is the sprint and potentially some wet weather.
Hello and welcome as our Grand Prix weekend continues, and the sprint will soon be upon us.
The big draw today is the opportunity to grab some extra championship points. After all, they could make the difference when the season comes to a close.
All right, before we actually do the sprint, let's open up the performance metrics. So Aston still have the best car. No upgrades brought for this Grand Prix. Everyone has stayed static. And that might be it now for development for everyone this season. But it's a huge improvement this year compared to where we were last year. Will it let me see? No, it won't let me see the previous year. But yeah, last year we were much lower. You can see how far down we started, and then we closed the gap up, and then we've been pretty close ever since. That was the absolute closest point we had to another car was in Japan, where we were very, very close indeed. This is what's actually done in terms of development, not necessarily what's fitted on the car. If we go to what's actually fitted to the cars, this is a more accurate representation. So you can see that there are subtle differences between some of the cars. Ford number 1, that is Oscar, and his car is only just a little bit better than ours, whereas Charles Leclerc's car is a little bit better than Oscar's by about 0.6, 0.7%. And then we've got Aston number 1, that's Yuki Tsunoda. He's top. Then you've got the two Mercedes cars of Antonelli and Pourchaire. Then you've got Liam Lawson. Then Sainz, Bearman, Lindblad, Schumacher, Gasly, Hadjar, Bortoletto. Who is in the second Audi? I can't remember who that is. Then you've got Pato Award. Colapinto and Pato. I think that's doing, isn't it? Albon and No, that's Bortoletto. Who's number 7? I can't remember who number 7 is. Where's the standings? Oh, it's Drogovic. Drogovic and Doohan. Doohan's number 7. Drogovic is number 28. Do I have a Discord server? Not one set up, no. Right. Let's see. Are we going to have wet weather in the sprint? Or is it going to wait until we get to qualifying? Looks like it's going to stay dry. It's not a complete guarantee. Let's take a look at the actual forecast. Yeah, it looks as though it will stay dry in the sprint. So any rain we're going to get will likely only affect quali. And might not affect that much of it. We are going to put one extra lap of fuel in. So we can go very aggressive off the line for a few laps. A chance to try and squeeze a couple more points out of Oscar today. Alright, let's hit the grid for the start of the Canadian Sprint Grand Prix.
Here we go. It's the Montreal Sprint. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Alright, it's a hustle start from Max, but he's not able to move up a place. Norris fighting with Charles Leclerc. Having a little look up the inside here. Doohan's locked up at turn 1.
Now this was on the straight. Oh, and the car locks up. Now they did leave it very late.
Low speed, so he kind of got away with that one. And Norris gets ahead of Pato. So Norris up to 10th. Drogovic trying to get past Oscar. He's got the inside line. Can't get the move done though. And there is Norris right behind the pair of them. Is Max close enough to have a look at one of the two HiTechs? No, he's not. Schumacher is ahead of Lindblad.
Yeah, there's not much we can do.
There's progress to be made. Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's a big lockup for Felipe Drogovic. Norris gets through.
DRS is enabled.
Oh, and there's a crash.
P5.
Leclerc is out. Oh, has he hit Drogovic coming back on the track? It's a red flag. It is a red flag.
Sonoda right behind you.
I don't even see where Drogovic is.
Sonoda 0.6 behind.
Yeah, there's Drogovic. So I think he got hit by Leclerc as he was rejoining the track there. Let's see what the replay says, because it will get red flagged. The traffic is being blocked. Here we go again. Yeah, we had some retirements in the sprint as well last time. So, watch for Doohan coming back on. Ah, there we go. That's what it was. Doohan hit the barrier as he was trying to rejoin and spun into Charles Leclerc. There was nothing Leclerc could do. Almost took Oscar out as well.
They all knew what that moment meant.
That was very close to taking out Oscar. So, 5th and 9th on the restart. There's no point changing the tyres. And we are now going to have a lot of spare fuel, unfortunately. Probably more than we can burn. Well, let's see how much we got. We might not be able to burn it all off.
It's lights out.
And we do need to change the driver instructions again. Because we're not allowed to do that in that previous screen, which is frustrating as hell. All right, can we get Norris through on Oscar Piastri. Can Verstappen get ahead of a couple of cars in front? It's a bad start for Norris. It's not the best of starts for Max either. Tsunoda gets through. Yeah, Norris back down to 10th place. Oscar up to 7th. Max down to 6th. Not a great restart for us.
Good job. P9 at the moment.
Norris is back in front of Pato though. Mega.
Mega.
Max is going to have a look at the inside of Tsunoda. Gets there, and Norris having a look at the inside of Porsche and gets through there. So Norris into the points again. Well, I can't say again. Now into the points for the first time.
But you're doing a great job. You are P5.
Let's see if we can apply some pressure to the back of Oscar.
DRS is enabled. Charge on.
Okay.
Touch on.
Antonelli looking to try and scamper away. George trying to stay with him. He's breaking away a little bit from Schumacher and Lindblad. I wonder if those two fighting is going to keep them out of the DRS zone. It looks like it might do. Max is only just hanging on to them at the moment, actually. I think we're going to have to push Max again.
Mode push.
Otherwise, he's going to get jumped by Tsunoda. We might have left it too late to do that anyway.
And more energy available.
Let's just hope we can get enough of a slipstream from the back of Lindblad here to keep Tsunoda at bay. Oh, he just swoops on through. And now is Oscar going to have a look at the back of Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, think about it.
For reference, you're currently P6. Next car is Tsunoda. So Piastri is right behind you. He's 0.5 behind.
Cut down. Tsunoda is pushing on. Stay in range, stay in range.
Mode to push, please.
Okay.
I don't know if we made it.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Charge on.
Yeah.
No, we didn't. Ah, shit. Oscar's got a run on Max.
Yeah, okay.
And he gets through. Damn it.
Now, what am I doing wrong? I don't know.
A long way to go. Car behind is Norris. Just cool down the tyres as much as you can.
Okay.
Right, stay in range, Max. Stay in range.
He does have DRS on you.
Ah, he's not going to stay in range. God damn it. And we might have just left Norris very vulnerable to the back of O'Ward as well. It's clumsy. I mean, if we finish like this, it won't be too bad. We'll only lose a point to Piastri, but we need to be taking points away from him rather than just minimising how many points we're losing to him every race. At some point, we're going to have to finish ahead of him if we want to try and mount any challenge. So we have a breakaway group of 6 cars now at the front as everyone's caught back up. We have a yellow flag. Albon has had a mistake there. He is spun around.
Okay, at the moment there's yellow flag.
Okay.
He kept it out the barrier, but it's dropped into the back of the grid.
So deployed.
Tyre temps are hot. It's 52.7 degrees on track right now, which is scorching.
Charge button on.
Have to cool the tyres down just to get the performance back.
Just concentrate on getting your tyre temps down.
And this will leave us vulnerable, but theoretically will serve us in the long term for this event. Tsunoda now gets ahead of Mick Schumacher, so splitting the 2 TGRs, sorry, the 2 HiTechs. Well, in fact, there's that no, Lindblad's ahead of Tsunoda. Lindblad up for 3rd place. Look from Plateau Award there as Piastri gets ahead of Schumacher. But we are going slower to go faster, putting less heat into the tyres, which should theoretically improve the performance. So you do go slower when your tyres are too cold, and you do go slower than you could do when your tyres are too hot. So this will allow us to get back to a higher baseline pace. Where it shouldn't be a major issue, but if we can keep our tyres nice and cool and chill like this, then it does open up the opportunity for us to maybe have a bit more grip from the cars in front of us for the last few laps and try and really push back through with less fear of our tyres completely degrading. I think we're ready to turn Max's tyres back up. We'll keep Lando's a little bit cooler, given that he is in that dirty air. And we're not too far behind Piastri and Schumacher. We're still within 2 seconds. Track temperature's dropping down to 49.5 degrees.
So at the moment you are P8.
In front we have Verstappen.
Schumacher now just drifting out of DRS range. He might not have got it. He is close enough to get a slipstream. he did just get the DRS, look.
Currently E7.
Track temperature still dropping, so I'm actually going to push Max's tyres a little bit more, and we'll turn Norris's up an extra touch
Norris
as well. The gap's starting to stretch now in front of us.
We're
We'll
okay to
turn
push a bit harder.
his battle assist off. I'm going to tell Norris not to fight,
Energies
to allow
are
Max
good.
to not, just focus purely on what's ahead of him and not what's behind him.
Yeah, copy.
But we may need to switch them over to give Max a chance to refill his battery.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Norris missed the DRS.
We're happy with time management.
And we need to increase pushing status.
Tsunoda gets back ahead of Lindblad. It's P3.
Do your best.
DRS.
Confirm.
Max is now closing in on what is a queue behind Tsunoda now. There is Max behind those four. Trying to bring Norris back into the picture as well. We're dragging O'Ward with us, unfortunately. Max is right on the edge of DRS now. We'll have it on the next lap, I think. So the cars in front, their tyres are probably really starting to suffer.
On.
Yeah, good.
At least in comparison to ours. We have 10 laps to go. Our tyres are still very healthy. It's not a huge amount of degradation per lap. But once you start getting that thermal deg, those that can change very quickly. And there we go, Max has just about made it into the DRS. It's just outside, I think. Let's just make sure he definitely gets it on the main straight.
Mode push.
Yep.
I think we still missed it. I don't know, it'll be tight. I think we missed it.
Okay, charge on.
Okay.
We've got a good exit though. We did miss the DRS. Norris is back in range, so let's get him back into harvest.
Charge on.
Cool his tyres
Yeah,
back
okay.
down as well.
And we need to manage front tires.
Confirm.
I did get asked on one of my recent videos why I don't let the drivers fight a bit more. Why do I impose team orders? It sometimes hurts the overall result. At this point in the season, Max is in with a chance of actually claiming the driver's title, albeit 30 points behind Piastri. Norris is nowhere. And we have a yellow flag as Bearman is out. And it's a VSC.
Safety car deployed. Charge on, please. Stay as close to zero as you can.
What happened
Yeah,
to Wally
okay.
Bearman?
Here we are down at turn 7. Just flies into that crash.
Oh, massive
well, they may have been
understeer.
keen to leave their mark,
Massive
but I
understeer.
think that was a little too literal, don't you?
There's just kissing the barrier, having a little brush against it, and then there's being absolutely punched in the face by it, and yeah, Lando just got knocked out.
A crash in the main straight on the left. Crash in the main straight.
So what that's going to do is allow us to cool our tyres down, fill our batteries back up. At least fill Norris is up. We'll get a good chunk of battery into Max. Oh, George is boxing. Tsunoda's boxed as well. Wait, what? How did Tsunoda... That can't be right. Antonelli can't have boxed either, surely not. They weren't that far ahead. I don't know what's going on there, why it's showing them with pit stops when they haven't made one, but Russell has boxed. And of course, there's no overtaking under the yellow flag. He got to the safety car line first, so they couldn't go past him. And just so slow coming out of the pits that it's opened up a huge gap between the two McLarens there. Yeah, Russell's the only one who stopped. I don't know why it's now showing pit stops for everyone else. In fact, Piastri has stopped when he hasn't. That's weird. Albon is in the pits. Okay. He's got a new set on. I don't know whether Pato stopped. I think he might have done. But we are right there, look. Right there in the queue again. We'll have a full battery for Lando and just about a full battery for Max on the restart.
E6.
How many laps are left? If we go racing on the next lap, that'll be 7 laps left. This is a VSC which could end at any time, and DRS will instantly be active. Drogovic has been given a penalty for taking out Leclerc. That's harsh. It's not like he aimed his car at that specific point on the wall to take someone else out with him. Well, actually, who knows? Maybe he did. He's like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. He was fighting with Leclerc. I think, no, he was fighting with Oscar. I think he missed Oscar and hit Leclerc instead. 10 seconds? No, it can't be 10 seconds. Surely not. He only hit one car. I know why it'll be showing other cars of having stopped. They'll have changed their tyres into the red flag. I was trying to think how the hell they would do that. They basically just... They did a couple of corners and then decided to put a fresh set of tyres on. It said 10. Wow. That's harsh. That's very harsh. Right, so we're just waiting now for the track to go green.
Use the energy.
Yeah, confirm. Go mode push.
Okay.
So it looks like we're going to have 6 laps then. The track will... Oh, no, it's a full safety car, isn't it? I didn't even clock that it was a full safety car.
Okay.
Tires button on.
Yeah, confirm.
I thought it was the VSC.
Confirm. Cool the car as much as you can.
Okay.
Right, so let's assume that we're going racing into this lap. We'll have 5 push laps left. So we should find out around the hairpin, just before the hairpin, if the cars are going to go racing next lap. How long is this safety car going to go? We're getting another lap. We are. Wow. Okay. Down to 4 racing laps left. We're going to have so much fuel. 3.5 kilos here. We're not burning that off. And there'll be no DRS on the restart then. Surely we're going racing at the end of this lap. Piastri in 4th is currently on for 5 points. We're on for 5 points as a team, but only 3 points for Max, 2 for Norris. No Leclerc in the top 10 because he's not in the top 8 because he's not even on track right now. So we won't lose any time. There we go. Safety car is coming in.
Safety car is in this.
We won't lose any time to or any points to Ford at the end of the sprint, but
mode push.
Yeah. And you can use all the boost bar.
Yeah, all
we
good.
won't gain any either.
Yep, confirm.
And we will now just have the tyres at full pelt for the remainder of the race. You know, all 4 laps
we don't
of
need
it.
to worry about management on these
Safety
tyres,
car
just
is
push it.
coming in.
Safety car in the pit lane. You can push.
And it's a decent restart. Man, he pulled out of the slipstream of Schumacher and opened up an opportunity for him. Let's turn that off. I'm using high overtake less and less because it just encourages our drivers to pull out the slipstream, which is so powerful. And we've got a yellow flag, and that is a lunge from Max, and he gets through. Freddie Vesti ran a little bit wide
Now
through
we
4.
should
That'll
be
be
able to
cutting the
take a look
chicane.
here. Right, so this was the 4th corner.
We'll be
And they
doing a
just
Vettel.
can't keep on the track, and they'll find themselves at a disadvantage if they keep on doing that.
George definitely wants to find his way through. So, back on board, or back on target with Max. Norris is making the move on Schumacher, or trying to. Couldn't quite get it done. Can we get past Piastri? No, we need to save the battery. We got another yellow flag, and Norris is now through. It's a red flag. Oh, wow. Porsche, Doohan, and Vesti are out. That is 6 retirements in the sprint. Maybe we are going to have utter carnage this year again. Oh, that's a huge lockup. That's what happened to Max last year. Max was the victim of a snooker plant. So, do we bother fitting new tyres? I think we have to. Well, we'll use those tyres. I guess we'll use a brand new set for Lando as well. Worth 4/10. Evening, Itzy. All right, so we're going to have maybe 2 laps. We'll have full batteries again. This could be a very dramatic end to the sprint.
And it's a standing restart now for the sprint.
Is this a 1-lap sprint or is it 2 laps?
And it's lights out.
Oh, it's still 3 laps.
And
Okay.
away we go.
It's a good launch off the line for Max. He immediately gets alongside Piastri and gets around him. It's a 10-second penalty for Freddie Vesti for taking out 2 cars. Yeah, that tracks. That's fair.
2 more laps.
Oh, it is 2 laps to go, look. It is 2 laps to go. So that's just full on everything. Battery and tyres and fuel. Norris has got to run on Piastri. Come on, Norris, you can do this.
Free to fight?
Yep. Yeah, confirm. Confirm. Yeah, confirm.
DRS will be active.
Confirming you're starting the last time lap.
Okay.
Confirm. Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Go on! Ah, couldn't quite make it.
I'm pretty much phase 0.
Continue, keep going.
Unless we get an almighty lunge in the braking zone, we're not going to get him.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise
Yeah,
you'll
we're
just
not
run
close
out of
enough.
battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
So it'll be 4th and 6, but we got ahead of Oscar. That was the important thing. So we actually closed the gap to Oscar by a point today.
Okay.
That's the checkered flag.
Norris up to 6th as well. So that is good points today. That is 8 points for us. Antonelli wins the sprint.
The Mercedes driver made that look pretty easy.
Maximum points is the best result they could have hoped for.
And for Lando Norris, he's raced into the points in today's sprint.
I imagine they'll roll up their sleeves now and make sure their next performance goes even better.
Confirmation then of the sprint result. It is another win for Kimi Antonelli. Tsunoda up 4 places to take second. Lindblad in third. Max in fourth, managing to get ahead of Oscar, which was so important. There we go, Oscar in fifth place. 6 places gained for Lando. He started in 12th, got himself into the points and picked up 3 points today. So good run for Lando. George in 7th, 8th for Mick Schumacher, dropping down the order but did hang on for a point. Gasly finished up 11 places in the end to take 9th ahead of Bortoletto in 10th. Then it was Colapinto from Sainz, Hadjar, Lawson, O'Ward and Albon. 6 retirements in the sprint. Felipe and Charles having a collision when Felipe hit the barrier at the end of the lap, spun across the track and clipped Leclerc, took him out. Bearman understeered wide out of turn 6 into the barrier. Freddie Vesti locking up and taking out both Doohan and Pourchaire at the hairpin with just a couple of laps to go, which is why we got the red flag. So yeah, a bit of a chaotic start to the weekend. Let's see what the main race holds for us, and we have qualifying next and potentially some wet weather as well.
There's tension in the air today, so it must be time for qualifying.
Drivers need to get into Q3 if they want to make the top half of the grid. With only 10 slots available, it's a fight nobody wants to lose.
Now, Karun, you and I were actually just talking about that man there, Max Verstappen. How do you think he'll be feeling today?
Well, one thing's for sure, they are streaks ahead of their teammate, leaving no doubt in my mind that they really mean business.
You're going to want to join us for this, folks, so fasten your seatbelts.
So Q1's going to start dry. We are going to see some rain at some point during qualifying, but it might not be much, and it might not last for very long at all. Let's see what happens. We are not making any changes to setups because they're both at 100%. We are going to put in some scrubbed tyres for the first run. Yeah, let's not mess around with the softs. Let's with the mediums. Let's just go straight out on softs. We use the ones we finished the sprint on. See, that's a new-ish set for Lando. So we will save those. Oh, 5 minutes to the rain.
Green light.
That's a tiny amount, yeah. It's a tiny amount. Yeah, let's just stick to the soft. Let's not mess around. Not in this session. Maybe in the next one. Let's see what happens with the rain in that one. That might be the entire rain for today. That little bit. It might be dry for the rest of the quality
Let's get
after that.
plenty of brake temperature. If you can, please.
Okay.
But we are going to see everybody coming out very early on to try and get a time in before that wet weather hits.
We're looking good. Low push, good to go.
Tire temps good.
So Max
Track is clear,
has
track
clean
clear.
air, but does have Alex Albon,
It will be
no,
mode push for last
Bortoletto
corner.
tucked up behind him. Norris is tucked up behind somebody. I'm not sure who he's actually behind. Let's have a look. He is behind George Russell. And has Colapinto behind him. I wonder if we are going to see penalties for parts at the end of qualifying after 6 big retirements. None of them were easy retirement. I think the only one that might not have done any real engine damage will be,
Nice job. on that
ironically,
lap.
Freddie Vesti for taking out 2 cars in front of him, and Ollie Bearman, who went in understeering into the wall rather than spinning it back first into it.
P5.
Leclerc might not have part penalties either. He was just clipped, but it was
Coming
enough
past you
to take him out. But I fully expect there to be a penalty or serious engine damage done to Doohan and to the 2 cars that Vesti hit. Three cars left across the line. Drogovic and Lawson, the last 2. And there we go. So, after the first run, Max in the drop zone. Norris in P14. Neither driver safe. We've got a yellow flag, a mistake from somebody, but it's on an in-lap, so it won't affect their time.
Let's have a look at that.
Pato doing a
Now,
Vettel.
this is where the RB driver's involved.
You can see it's
And
already
that
getting
won't help
very
their
overcast.
chances.
That rain is
Well,
going to hit very
hopefully not a
soon.
sign of things to come.
Yeah, I'm in.
And here comes the rain.
And limiter on, please. Stop on the marks, go to P1, please.
Just slide the spots in the pit lane.
Okay. Land at the lane.
It will be pit limiter on.
And stop on the marks.
So Norris's time, not too bad, but not good enough at the moment to be safe. Max's time, not good enough at all, but that's because he went out on much more scrub tyres. Everyone else will have gone out on brand new tyres. Nobody's going to be going out yet, so we need to speed time up for a little bit. Just to get through this wet weather. This will also determine whether or not we go back out on these tyres or not. If we go now, we'll get time for a second run. And then slap on a brand new set for the end of qualifying. And I don't know if we're going to improve on this lap. Norris probably won't. Max might, because he'll have a little bit of a slipstream behind Lando.
Warm up on the brakes.
Make sure he doesn't get too close.
Just work on.
Track is drying all the way through. But this is more about giving them a little top up of confidence by completing a flying lap run. Getting them into peak confidence just before we put the new tyres on. I was just about to say, question is, when do we start to see other cars coming out the pits? And it happened just as I was about to say that. Lindblad coming out, now Russell.
And track is clear, track clear.
And Lawson,
Start on off,
Colapinto, Sainz. Yeah, they're all starting to come out now.
Tyre temps are good.
That's going to mess
Jack
up
is good.
this run. So it's going to kill any chance of an improvement. But they're scrub tyres, so it was never really about trying to improve on this run. Max is going to hit that traffic. Oh, actually, I think, did he get through okay? He might have got through okay. Might have lost just a tiny bit of time. Let's see the splits. Yeah, I think he got through okay, look. It's not as quick as it could be because it's still a little damp. This is literally just about getting that time in. You'll see when we cross the line, we'll get a boost for completing a flying run, even though we haven't improved in any sector. There we go. So that gets Max into peak confidence, just. Norris won't be there. He will be a little bit closer to peak confidence.
Confirm.
And now we'll head back to the pits.
P17.
Potentially ruining the lap of a few cars behind us. Sainz could have some traffic to deal with. And he gets through just ahead of the two cars coming out of the pits. Stick on a brand new set of tyres. We'll have a pretty clear track.
So watch out for the next car.
Oh, sorry, Sainz. And sorry, Colapinto. Yeah, Colapinto had a huge lift there as he went past Norris and Max. And Colapinto's aborted his run, and that's going to screw up. It's going to screw up the Audi. Not sure which one it is. I think it's Drugovic. All right, Hadjar is about to cross the line to
Stop in
improve.
front of the garage.
Out goes Teo Pourchaire. Brand new set of softs. Brand new set of softs. Hadjar's up to P11. I think we might potentially be getting in Tsunoda's way here.
Watch for traffic.
Maybe we got out of the way in time. Leclerc goes P2. So Mick is safe, despite being on an outlap. He doesn't need to keep pushing, but he will do anyway. Bortoletto is P13. Antonelli is coming up to the line. He's going to get through with this time. He goes up to P3. There's Pierre Gasly tucked up behind Oscar Piastri. Where's Doohan? There's Doohan. He's tucked up behind Freddie Vesti. Can we get out of the way? Oh, Doohan has to lift. So Doohan's lap's ruined. Doohan's out. Vesti has a chance of trying to improve.
At the moment, we are good. Track is clear. Track is clear.
Oh, Max, what are you doing?
Button
No,
off for
Max,
last corner.
damn you. Why did you try and overtake? That's going to be a slow start to the lap for Max, but
Good to go.
I mean, it has at least spaced him and Norris out properly. Right, a little bit of traffic ahead. Ah, Norris is done. No, Max is done. Max isn't going to improve. Shit.
Slow down now.
Yep.
Hopefully we'll have enough time left in the lap at this pace to get around and actually give Max another chance. It will be tight.
Might need to pick up the pace a little bit. You can save less.
Yeah, okay.
3, 2, 1. Oh, we just made it. We just made it. Cancel call in. So Max will get another bite at the cherry. Norris has not improved. So Norris is going to go out if Max improves. And that is a purple, well not purple, a personal best in the first sector. I think Max is going to be the one to knock out teammate Norris here. And look at the margins, I mean they're non-existent. It's such a tight, it's less than 4/10 from the top time through to P16. Hope Max has got enough fuel left now. Ah, he just squeezes through by 1,000th of a second. Wow. That was tight. Max lives to fight another day. Norris bows out in Q1 with Colapinto. Who else? Who else went out there? Colapinto, Sainz, Gasly, Doohan and Vesti. We have penalties for Freddie Vesti, Jack Doohan and Felipe Drugovich. Nobody else looks to have penalties, but are we going to see pit lane starts? I think maybe, possibly. That is so tight. That's one of the tightest qualifying sessions we've had, I think. That was so close. We just got Max across the line to start that final attempt with 1 second to go, and then he gets through by 1,000th of a second. I think that is the closest we've ever come to scraping out of qualifying. And into Q2, we have rain. 2.12 mil on the track as things currently stand, so that is very much into conditions. Let us take a look at what the weather is going to do. And can we be a little bit more comfortable this time, please? Let's have a look. It's getting a little bit worse, a little bit better, and then maybe stay static. So we want to get out right now.
4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, green light.
And then go for another very quick run around here when it dips. It says dry. That's 13 minutes, which is right near the end of the session. I think that's after the session.
You want it to be for the start of the lap.
Yeah.
So, is anyone else going to come out, or are they going to wait for the dip? I sound like a Forex trader, don't I? Wait for the dip. Hashtag not financial advice. Mix coming out.
So you're in a good position. Track should be clear. Okay, good to go.
Right, 22.8 in the first sector. We have no idea if that's going to be competitive or not, because we've got to wait for at least one at a time. At least Mick is relatively quick this weekend, so it will be a decent benchmark. But he hasn't even started his lap yet, and we are close to finishing ours. So we'll have to wait a little while. Nobody else has come out. So, purples across the board. Mick's made a mistake somewhere. Has he done a Vettel and cut corner 4? He has.
Here's the replay. Now we're just proceeding through turn 4. Just a bit too wide at that point.
And yeah, he still went purple in that sector. That should be lap deleted for cutting the track and gaining an advantage. Even if it was, you know, thousandths of a second. Yeah, Mick's going to go quicker than us. Oh, how different things could be if Oscar hadn't taken us out a couple of races ago. So how far behind are we? Oh, not much. Less than a tenth. Pato now making his way onto the track. So, we didn't get an increase. Are we going to get a decrease? It does look like we might, but again, this is not the best accuracy on our weather forecast. We've got another yellow flag.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing into the barrier.
So, that's going to be an aborted lap and a broken front wing.
We've got a yellow flag here.
Just another example of why Pato is being demoted back to a reserve driver for next season, and Fornaroli is getting promoted ahead of him. Oscar's on track now. Track is starting to dry up. And this is where everyone's coming out. So they were waiting for the dip. Hashtag not financial advice. Everybody's piling out. There's Pato carrying on. He is. He's actually carrying on to do a lap. His rear wing's not broken. That's just one of those weird little visual glitches we get when sometimes when a car takes damage. But he's definitely got front wing damage. You see he's missing the right-hand end plate on the front wing there. I deliberately waited until Oscar had gone through. I didn't want to... I didn't want to spoil his lap deliberately. If it happens organically, it happens organically. But I didn't want it to be a deliberate, you know, let's fuck him over in turn 2 kind of moment.
Brake warming reminder.
Okay.
And he just went purple, so maybe I should have. Track is still drying up. So the track will be in better condition for Max than it is for Oscar right now, hopefully. If it continues to dry. This is going to be a purple lap for Oscar, but he was one of the first to exit the pits. So all of these guys here who are on flying laps should theoretically go quicker than him. Track seems to have leveled off at 1.72 mil now. Oscar does go top by nearly 7 tenths. Albon will be next across the line.
Tyre temps look good.
Max
Should have
starts
no
pushing, so
traffic
he
issues.
won't get pulled over.
Good to go, good to go.
And look to the line for Alex Albon. Bortoleto goes P2. Albon goes P2 now. Lindblad goes top. Drugovich is second. Antonelli goes top. Russell goes second. Porsche out to 6th place. Hadjar 7th. Sonoda goes P3. Leclerc's up to P5. Bearman is 11th and out as things currently stand. He'll have time for another run though. I don't know if Max is going to be quick enough here. He's down a tenth on Lawson, but in the middle, but up 2 tenths in the first sector. It's going to be tight. It's all down to this final sector here. Can we scrape into the top 10? Again, the margins to getting through are very, very small here. Max is up to 6th place. He's only 2 tenths away from Antonelli's time.
He's 6th.
It's less than 4 tenths to
Excellent.
Lawson.
Slow it down.
Hadjar, who's also less than 4 tenths away, is not through. He's out by 11 thousandths of a second as things currently stand. Schumacher is going out for a lap. Is the track going to stay the same? Is it going to get worse? Theoretically, will stay the same. Oh, it just slightly improved. It's drying up. Oh, is it actually going to get to the point where slicks will be viable at the very end of the session here? There is more time to be found for everybody. Piastri's gone out, and he's gone out early. Has he gone out too soon? He's going to give Bortoleto a slipstream. And I'm absolutely fine with that, because it means that Bortoleto might outqualify Piastri.
Box area is very slippery.
Okay.
We still have time. We can wait another 2 minutes before we need to go out. What is everyone else doing tyre-wise? Albon's leaving. He's on Inters. Inters for Antonelli. Inters for Hadjar. I mean, it is still Inter territory at the moment. I think Piastri has definitely gone too soon. Oh, it's slowed down again. I think he might have just judged this right. Lucky bastard. We're going to go out behind Charles Leclerc. And is that Drugovich behind us or Doohan? Doohan's out, so it's Drugovich. Oh, and we do end up messing up. No, Schumacher had finished his lap, but are we going to mess up? Oh, we've messed up Oscar's chance. Well, it's not just us. It's everybody. And we completely messed up Bortoletto's chance as well. And Drugovic tries to sneak ahead of us. And does sneak ahead of us. That's not ideal. So Oscar is now potentially in trouble because there's a lot of cars on a lap. And Piastri lost 4 seconds in that first sector, so it doesn't matter how good the rest of his lap is. He's in major problems here. Look at Bortoletto. He lost a whopping 7 seconds in that first sector. Someone's coming.
Tyre temps are good.
It's Antonelli. We started to push. We're not going to get in his way. Schumacher might, though.
Good to go.
I don't know if he pulled over or not. Let's see what Antonelli does across the line. He's massively improved by about 3/10. Lawson improves to second. Albon's third. Hadjar is fourth. We are down to P10. Oscar is out. So is Bortoletto. Everyone's improving. Schumacher's not safe now. Schumacher is at very real risk of getting knocked out. Russell improves top. Pourchaire is P7. Bearman crosses the line. He goes up to P5. Now we're in the drop zone. Can we make it through? Keeping P up. Pato improves his time, but he's still out. He's still nursing damage. Bearman is in P5. Are we going to get held up too much by Drugovic? Leclerc goes top. Drugovic improves. We get through as well. And that's it. We have made it through. Oscar is out in P14. And we're into the top 10 shootout. Whew. Another dramatic end to a qualifying session. But we are into the top 10 shootout. And will it be dry? Or will we have more wet weather shenanigans? So, eliminated from Q2 then was Felipe Drugovic, who will have a penalty applied as well. That will move Oscar up an extra place, because that's going to be a 5-place penalty minimum for Drugovic. Pourchaire also eliminated along with Schumacher, Piastri, Pato and Bortoletto. How high can we go in the top 10 here? We will start with some rain on track. 1.53 mil. So, back to Inters again. And let's see what the weather's going to do. Oh, it's going to dry up. It's going to dry up. So let's get out and set a time now on these tyres to give us the chance of 2 runs, maybe, on a set of softs. I would imagine that most of the field is probably just going to wait until the track dries. So we should theoretically have the track to ourselves here. And as soon as I say that, Albon comes out and immediately proves me wrong. And so does Lawson. So, yeah, I know nothing, apparently. Are they out on inters, though? Yes, and yes. And Hadjar as well. Why not? Just make me look even more foolish. Thank you. Thank you, AI.
So you're in a good position. Tyre temps look good. Gap is good. Good to go.
All right, we should get through turn 2 before Bearman comes out. And we do. So we will at least get a clean run here. Oh, yellow flag. Is that... That can't be Bearman already. Oh, it's Max. Max running wide. Did he cut... Did he do a Vettel?
Now we can see what happened. Right, so this was the 4th corner. And nearly,
he did. Well, it worked out for Schumacher. Let's see if it works out for Max.
The car there, because that won't do it any good.
I mean, we're going to be purple anyway with the first one to set at the second time. Albon's starting his lap though, so we'll. He's now at turn 4. So let's see what he does through the sectors and see how much slower we are. We're quicker than Albon. Doing a Vettel looks like it might be the right thing to do, at least in qualifying. Maybe not so much in the race. Lawson a fraction quicker than us. Right, towards the final chicane and the wall of champions for Max Verstappen. Up to the line, and our opening time is... a 1:17.2. Now, that's obviously not going to be enough for pole position with the track about to dry. Yep. But it's not a bad start. It's nip and tuck with Lawson. He just edged us in the first and middle sectors. Is he going to be slightly quicker in the final sector? I imagine he will be. We're nearly 7 tenths ahead of Albon. This is going to be very close. And Lawson just losing out in the final sector, so we actually out-qualify him so far by 0.04 of a second. What about Hadjar? Hadjar is a couple of tenths up. And yeah, he goes a tenth clear. So we're still the fastest in the final sector.
No more rain expected.
Track now starting to dry up. Let's see what Ollie Bearman does on his lap. He should now theoretically go quickest in the final sector. That track's drying quite quickly as well.
I'm in. Box there is very slippery. Yeah.
And across the line for Ollie Bearman, and he does go purple in the final sector, but he only just takes top spot. I imagine everyone's still on inters. Yes. 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 And yes. I mean, it's still too early for slicks, but we're getting there. Let's go out and do another run on these tyres now. Actually, I've just seen the time. Maybe we haven't got enough time. Let's take manual control. Leclerc is second. With a yellow flag. We haven't blocked anyone's lap. They've all set times. It's a lock-up for Kimi at turn 2.
Look. Now we're approaching turn 2. The brakes couldn't cope. They were just unable to do much about it.
A bit of an odd lock-up there for Kimi, who currently sits top by 3.5 tenths. A very strong lap for Kimi Antonelli. So this will put us temporarily top.
Mode push.
Okay.
Also gives the track a bit more time to dry out while we are waiting. And if worse comes to worse, I can abort at the end of this lap anyway. If I don't think we're going to have enough time to get back to the pits.
How is the track condition? DRS is enabled.
But I'm just taking a little bit of a gamble here because there is the possibility of a red flag and not having enough time to actually do another run. So if we can get ourselves to the top of the pile and cover off that eventuality, then we might inherit pole by default. We will just have time to do another run, but we're going to have to do a push lap on the way back in. And then it'll be slap on a set of softs and immediately send him straight back out and possibly have to push the outlap a little bit as well.
Okay.
Charge on.
So we've gone top of the pile. Now the track is
Get
slick
back stick
condition.
lifting coast now.
Okay.
We're going to start to see some movement in the pits very, very soon. And we do not have an extra 5 kilos of fuel on board. Bearman and Albon will be the first to hit the track. You absolutely want to be the last out in these conditions when it's drying up like this, to get the track as dry as physically possible by the time you start it, by the time you're about to start the lap. If it continues to dry while you're on your lap, then you might have gone a little bit too soon. There we go. Everyone's out apart from us. We still have plenty of time. Into the pits, and as I say, if we get a red flag,
Make sure your limiter is on.
when someone's on their push
So
lap,
stop on the marks.
if Albon starts his lap and then crashes and red flags a session around this part of the lap, then that'll be it. That'll be pole position. Right, straight back out. Track is still drying up a little bit. I could have maybe waited a couple of seconds longer, but there is the risk that we will get pulled over to let other cars through. And if we do get pulled over by more than one car,
Let
we
Albon
probably
through.
wouldn't make it to the line in time.
Okay.
So let's see what Alex Albon can do. He will be the first to cross the line on slicks. It's 21.5. This is going to be so much quicker than our into time. Bearman goes even quicker at 21.4. All the guys who are just crossing the line now are going to be quicker still because the track's even better for them than it was for the first two. We've got a yellow flag. Somebody's messed up at turn 2, I think, maybe. Or it's that. Yeah, it's Leclerc.
Right then, we can take a look now.
How bad a
And
lockup
it
was
was
this?
involving Leclerc this time. Nothing wrong so far. Struggling with the car. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
It wasn't great, and that will potentially hold up everybody behind him a bit now as well. We get pulled over to let him through. We've got Sainz, no, sorry, not Sainz, Bearman closing in as well. Will we push before Bearman gets
good.
there?
Track will be clear.
Yes, we will.
Okay, you're
Okay,
good to
so
go.
Albon across the line to go top by 2.5 tenths of a second. Okay. Max now starting his lap. Ollie Bearman goes top. Now 3 seconds is the gap. It's going to be George Russell next. George will go top. It's now 3.3 seconds is the gap. Here comes Yuki Tsunoda. And Leclerc has aborted his lap. So Leclerc is going to finish bottom of the pile. Max has done a 21.3 in the opening sector. That's really good. Hadjar goes P4. Lindblad is P6. Lawson P7. It's now down to where Max can finish up. We've definitely got the legs on Lawson at the moment. Have we got the legs on anyone else? We're up about 2 tenths overall on Hadjar. It's going to come down to this final sector. Track's at its driest it's going to be. Could this be a glorious pole position? No. It's good enough for P5 though. And with the Leclerc down in P10 and Oscar out of the top 10, there's a real chance for us to score some points on both on both Piastri and on Ford today. Antonelli has taken pole position, Tsunoda alongside him in P2. Then it's Russell from Hadjar, Verstappen, Bearman, Lindblad, Lawson, Albon and Charles Leclerc. That is your top 10 for the Grand Prix. But we do know there are some penalties to be applied. Drogovic, Doohan, Vesti, and does anybody else have a pit lane penalty that they need to take? Let's check the amended grid and find out.
"70 laps of the Canadian Grand Prix await our drivers here in Montreal."
Named after the legendary Canadian driver, the circuit Gilles Villeneuve has been host to plenty of first-time winners. Jean Alesi, Lewis Hamilton, Robert Kubica and Daniel Ricciardo all got their maiden victories here.
Gilles Villeneuve is a quick, free-flowing circuit in parts, with a stop-start aspect thrown in for good measure around the chicanes and hairpin bends. Medium-speed downforce will play a large part in avoiding the wall of champions and ensuring success at this iconic track. The time has come to fight it out. It's race day.
Max inspecting his car there. We are going to start dry on slick tyres. Let's take a look then at the grid. So, no change to the top 10. Porsche 11th, Schumacher 12th, Piastri in 13th. There's Drugovich down in 16th. Excuse me. He stays ahead of Lando Norris. Then it's Freddie Vesti and Jack Doohan who are on the back row of the grid. No one's starting from the pit lane. So, let's see what the weather's going to do. Both drivers think it's going to go softs to inters and just a one stop. Max thinks around lap 30. Yeah, that's low. It might not be inters until towards the end. It all depends how accurate our weather system is. Let's take a look at Lando. He thinks lap 34. But again, if we have a look at the track graph, you can see there might be a small period of inters here. Then it might go back to slicks again until about here. It's going to be an interesting one. If it's in that kind of point where the DRS is active, but it's still not quite dry enough for inters, for slicks, and it's still better for inters, so between 0.8 and 1 in terms of the amount of water on the track, Max could theoretically be very, very good. Very, very good, because at that point is when the adaptability rating is at its absolute best. Is that tiny little window when it's so tight between slicks and inters. That's when you can absolutely exploit the high adaptability rating to its fullest. And Max is the best on the grid at that. So, yeah, this could be interesting. This could be very interesting. We are going to put a little bit of extra fuel in. Let's get out of this bit. There we go. Let's put 2 laps of fuel in because I want to have the ability to ease off on the tyres and still keep some pace. We are going to push hard off the line. As we always do. And there we go. Strategies are set. Fuel loads are set. Instructions are given. The start of the Canadian Grand Prix is next.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. The Sauber driver knows this could be a good chance to really prove themselves.
There's no hiding from the fact that this is going to be a difficult one. P22 and a strong field that won't want to yield.
I do like it when we see both drivers giving themselves a bit of a boost there in the pit lane like that.
The drivers are ready and raring to go.
Don't see that very often.
Grand Prix.
All right, let's go, Max. Let's see what we can do.
Out, and away we go.
We get ahead of Hadjar. No, that is a mistake from Antonelli. Oh, and Tsunoda's out. We're in P2.
Debris on the track.
It's a full safety car. It's a red flag. It can't be for Tsunoda. It can't be. Surely not.
Red flag.
It is. Why is it red flagged? Everyone's going. so Tsunoda took himself out.
I'm sorry.
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
How bizarre. So, we had a chaotic start to last year's race. We had 6 retirements in today's sprint, and we've had a retirement after 2 corners. Wow. Okay, this this can't be a repeat of last year, surely not. But we're up to P2 with Max. Lando will get a couple of places gained as well. Unfortunately, so will Oscar. And that will also bring the weather closer to hitting as well. There's no point changing tyres. We are going to stay on these because it did no distance at all. No, it'll be just 1 place gain. Actually, Norris lost a place by the look of it. Or did he? No, I think he started 17th anyway. So he'll gain a place to 16th. And we've got a chance to get past George off the line here. We've got a rocket start. Look at that. What a great start for Max Verstappen. And into the lead he goes. Norris gets past Drugovich. It will be a penalty for Tsunoda. How is it a penalty for Tsunoda? He didn't hit anyone. Unless he hit Antonelli and then spun himself out as well. That's the only thing I can think of. Norris up to P14 as he gets alongside and now past Pato O'Ward. How long until the rain hits now?
Doing a good job.
A little bit earlier.
But this is what happened. Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. It's certainly inviting. And Lando says, well, thank you very much.
No, Lando says, mega. Right, let's calm down the battery for Max.
Charge on.
Let's calm it down for Norris.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
We'll leave the tyres as they are for now. Track temperature 48 degrees at the moment. And starting to creep up. Let's turn our attention back to Max, who leads the Grand Prix. Piastri is still out of the points. He's down in 12th place. Norris gets past Bortoletto.
Few of the fastest car on track last lap.
Definitely need to see that one again. He's now up to P13 behind Oscar Piastri. Lovely move. Just pull out in the braking zone. Love the move done.
Mega.
Yeah, see, Lando says mega. That's all he says. There goes George Russell trying to get through up the inside. We shut him down. He's going to have another look here in the braking zone. Don't banish us to the Shadow Realm. You see, Crofty? My audience knows he says mega.
There's progress to be made.
Bortoletto is going to get through. It looks like we did not quite get the DRS off of Oscar.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
And more energy available.
We're so slow.
Race is long.
See if we have anything from Bortoletto's audio.
Here.
No.
The opportunity.
Crofty. I don't want to hear Crofty.
Charge button on.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Yeah, okay.
Charge on.
So deployed.
Right, Bortoletto is out of DRS range, and we've closed up into the hairpin, so we should theoretically get that place back. He's pushing his battery as well, though. But maybe not. We will close up. Can we get him across the start-finish line into turn 1 again? New fastest lap for Hajar. Max could not get through against George. But he's still in a good position. And we do not get through on Bortoletto. So let's go into top-up mode. Let's turn the tyres down and touch more.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Because even when the rain starts, it's going to be a while until it actually gets wet enough for the inters. Take a look, you can see.
Just cool your tyres.
Theoretically, we might not even need the wet tyres at all. It will be very close. We'll have to wait and see how this shakes out. Maybe it would have been better to start on the mediums. And then I could have just immediately switched to softs on the restart. Let's calm the tyres down a bit.
He has DRS.
Just in case. It is going to stay dry enough.
Cool your tyres.
Max is having a look. Can he get the move done? Russell a little bit braver on the brakes. So we're not pushing the tyres as much.
It's really impossible to race like this.
Just do your best.
I thought I heard a screech of a lockup in the background. Colapinto is out. It's a safety car.
Safety car deployed.
Second retirement already.
Charge button on. Charge on. Stay positive.
Confirm.
Now, are we going to see some pit stops now?
And we need to work on the tires. Keep temperature on the tires.
Now this was at turn 3. There's clear contact there, and that's a tough one to take for both driver
I can see why that's a
and
safety
the
car. Very close to the racing, well, very close to the track and the racing line.
And you can just feel the frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
And so it begins again. That's 2 retirements now. And how many laps have we done so far? 4, 5, 7. We've got a red flag and a safety car in the opening 7 laps.
No management required.
Okay.
It's a big one.
Is everyone okay?
Just watch for debris on the track.
You can see a lot of teams did actually switch their tyres at the red flag. Only Bortoletto, Schumacher, Lawson and our 2 drivers did not, of the cars that are still running.
You're P2. You've got Russell in front of you.
And Russell's in. Interesting. What's he going for?
Okay,
Is he going
Russell
for
is
hards to try and go to the end? He's going mediums. Drogovic is coming in as well. Norris should get through. And Gasly is going to be boxing as well. Gasly's going for a set of soft tyres. No, that's Drogovic. Gasly is also going for a set of softs. Very strange decision. Oh, look at that. He just gets out in front of Freddie Resti. And that's going to annoy Freddie because he's going to be on the quicker compound of tyre. Max leads. Norris up to 13th. Oscar now up to 11th place. Is this the race where we can really claw some points back on Oscar? We need Max to win. We need Norris, ideally, to get ahead of Piastri as well. And it's going to be hard leading around here, simply because of the nature of this circuit. The number of DRS zones on this track, you know, this long run down to the chicane, and then the DRS zone straight after it down into turn 1, make it very hard to stay ahead. This DRS zone here is a little bit easier to defend on, but not straightforward. And of course, what the main point of that DRS zone is that it sets up the lunge into the hairpin.
Energies are good.
Yeah, confirm.
So tyre temps are coming down a bit. Well, they were for Max, and he's now stuck behind the safety car, so they might start to go up a touch more. Batteries are full. We're getting a ton of spare fuel. And track temperature is starting to come down a little bit. And my game just hiccuped slightly. I'm a little worried that we might have to... we might have a crash. So I'm going to make a save just in case that happens. Hopefully we'll be fine. Definitely doing another lap behind the safety car. It would have come in by now. Let's take another look at the radar. I'm starting to think that we might not actually need inters at all. This is gonna be so tight as to whether or not that will actually be enough. And I think potentially Max could just tough it out. We are going to have to go on to mediums if we don't go on to inters, so we still have to stop. But if it is going to be that kind of 0.6, 0.7 mil on track, that's going to be glorious for Max, because his wet weather skills should really start to come to the fore there. Are we going racing? Or are we having another lap behind the safety car? It looks like we're having another lap behind the safety car. So it's another lap in the lead for Max. It's another little bit of tyre wear saved. It's unfortunately a bit more spare fuel that we've got to try and burn off. But that is 10 laps done. Only one safety car, one red flag in the opening 10 laps. 2 retirements. Penalty for Tsunoda as well. I think he might have hit Antonelli. Does Antonelli actually have any visible signs of damage from that car? No, if he did have, he would have changed it. If he'd broken his front wing slightly, he would have changed it under the red flag. So, yeah, there's no damage showing here. Yeah, that front wing looks fine. Are we going to go racing at the end of this lap? Track temperature is climbing again, back up to 45 degrees.
Currently P1.
Yeah, save that. Currently P1, baby. See the tyre temp difference for Max, who is able to take advantage of clean air, and Max who can't because he's the lead car behind the safety car. 6 degrees of difference. Right, here's the safety car coming in. Yes, it is.
Safety car is in this lap.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we catch out Bortoletto on the opening lap with opening lap of the restart with Lando and get our way onto and maybe even past Piastri?
Yeah, confirm.
We'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. Hopefully Bearman will not make the move on Max as well. Let me quickly double check over here. And over here, yes, we turned all those things off. That's good. All right, we're underway again. That's a bad line into the hairpin, sorry, the chicane for Norris. And it's cost us a run at Bortoletto. There is Sainz having a look at Pato. Sainz is through, and Doohan's having a look as well. Bad restart for Pato. He's on those mediums though. Max has opened up a nice little gap to Bearman.
Charge on.
Okay.
Slow down now.
Norris now is going to have a lunge on Bortoletto. Gets alongside at the hairpin. And he's through. Next up, Oscar.
Good job. In front we have Piastri. And charge button on. Charge button on.
Bearman's closed the gap back up again, though. Who's surprised there?
DRS is enabled.
Not really looking to fight Bearman at the moment.
Take care of the tires.
If we stay ahead of him, that's grand. If he gets ahead and we stay behind him and open up a gap to Hadjar, that's just as good. Drugovic and O'Ward scrapping over P18. And this is where we need to make sure we do not get dropped, like we did on the start of the Grand Prix after the red flag. Bearman does get through. That means I can top the battery back up.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Nicole.
And charge button on.
Confirm.
And just a reminder on DRS.
Yeah, confirm.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
You're investing every single MFD and wind tunnel hour into research, and you still have the worst car. Yeah, but that's not surprising. I mean, you've got to remember that, you know, you're gaining 5% on a rubbish car is still a very small amount to actually gain compared to gaining say 3% on a much better car. But conversely, big drops, you know, in performance from reg changes will hurt teams that are better more than it will hurt teams that are worse, because the amount of performance lost will be higher. A 10% loss on a part that is rated at say 70 is a 7-point drop, whereas a part
Understood.
that is 50 will lose a 5-point drop. You're still a mile off, but you're losing less performance, so it does kind of narrow the gap a little bit and make it eventually easier to close up. Right, Antonelli's up at P3 and putting pressure on Max. Norris needs to put some more pressure on Piastri, or he's going to get gobbled up by Bortoletto again, so I'll have to push the tyres. The rain is going to start in 4 minutes, but we still don't know if we're actually going to need
Light rain expected.
Confirm.
to change to inters yet.
Charge on.
Yep.
Right, we're nice and close to the back of
Tyres
Oscar,
temperatures down.
but I don't know if we got the DRS or not.
Okay.
No, we didn't. So we're still going to be vulnerable to Bortoletto. We're just going to be very quick in the corners.
Yep.
Can we get the DRS this time round? No, we can't. So we're going to have to burn the battery as well. Make sure
you
we
can
get
use all
into
the boost
Oscar's
bar.
DRS
Confirm.
for the long drag down out of the hairpin.
Charge button on, charge button on.
All right, we made it into the DRS. There we go. So we can calm the tyres down.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Confirm.
Charge on.
Everything
Should
lost
be
10% on
low
reg,
to
so you go,
charge.
well, if it's your first season and the car's not great, that was a mistake. You should have just kept pushing through on design. You'll learn more performance through design than you will through research. And when it's only 10%, again, if you've got a bad car, 10% is not much to lose. If it was 30%, it would have made more sense to abandon, but 10%, yeah, I think you've probably made a mistake there. And we have left ourselves
Tire
vulnerable.
phase update when you can.
We missed the DRS, Bortoletto's got through, so we'll go back to harvesting.
Continue like this.
Antonelli's got through on
Anyway,
Max because
sign-
Max's tyres are not in the right push level at the moment. But again, we're just keeping the temperatures under control.
Confirm.
Charge button on, please.
Okay. Yeah, confirm.
High speed management is very good.
Yeah.
Just pick up the pace.
And charge button on.
Ah, there we go. So inters are going to be needed in 9 minutes, but for how long?
Confirm.
Rain, so be careful.
Confirm.
Load push. If you are able to increase pace, it would be a good time
Lindblad
to
has snuck his way through.
And try to
'Cause I
increase
wasn't paying attention.
pushing status.
But he didn't get the DRS, so we might have a chance to get back past him. Norris is still keeping DRS, and Bortoletto has got ahead of Piastri. Thank you, Bortoletto.
Yeah, it's a lot more than level 2 here.
It's going to be wet enough, long enough to need inters.
let's get after these
As
cars.
Max
in front.
gets back in front of Arvid Lindblad. Antonelli has the lead. We're going to make the move on Bearman now.
Not too bad.
I will answer your DRS question or battery management question in a
Excellent
moment, Nicole. I
You
just
are
want to
currently
focus on this
P3.
because this is a crucial phase of the Grand Prix for us. This is where Max is going to start coming into his own in these conditions. He's back up to second, past Bearman.
That was good racing.
That was lovely racing.
Doing a great job. P2.
Let's see what happened there. Here we are,
Evening,
going
Adrian.
into turn 9. There's the opening. And that's...
And more energy available.
All right.
Max is now going to push back through on Antonelli, or try to. Side by side, don't hit the wall of champions.
Car
Use the
behind
battery
does
to
not
get
have
ahead.
DRS.
Lovely stuff.
Good job.
Sprint was pretty
P1.
good. We scored points. We outscored outscored Piastri as well.
And charge button on.
Yeah, all good.
Right, can we get through with a lunge? No, not quite close
Yeah,
enough.
confirm. Confirm.
We are dangerously low on battery. We've got sights behind us. But we're okay where we are right now. It's tempting to box. Antonelli's boxed. We're going to stay out another lap and hope that we're good enough. Inters go on. Pato's boxing.
Confirm.
There we go. Pit stops confirmed.
Box this lap.
Yeah, box.
We're going to box sprinters.
And box now.
Confirm.
So this in-lap should be very
So,
strong
box
for
now.
Max.
Box for Inters. We think Inter is much quicker.
Any tips on battery management? Which version of realistic racing are you using? 4.1.3 or 4.1.4? We are going to stay out another lap.
Box this lap.
We will box Norris, though. Have I made a mistake?
He does have DRS on you.
I'm hoping that we can avoid the carnage in the pits.
Albon has boxed.
Landing for lane.
Got very close to the back of Oscar there,
Charge on.
who is going to have to stack behind his teammate briefly. And we jumped him. Yes, we jumped him.
Watch a wide line on exit.
And Max can still just about cope with these conditions. He's still very quick in these conditions. Now it's at the point where Inters are quicker. Have we done enough to stay ahead of Bearman? There is Bearman.
And we need to look after the tires.
Confirm. Yeah, I'm in.
Box area is very slippery.
Okay.
Did we stay out just a lap too long? It's a decent stop, 1.998. There's Bearman approaching the chicane. Russell has stayed out, and that's a mistake from George. Unless the track isn't going to get wet enough and stay wet. Oh, look at that. Maybe he's trying to gamble and stay out on those tyres.
You are currently P2.
Norris is up to 12th.
Car ahead, he's Russell. 7
Or is
seconds
he?
ahead.
Yes, just. So, Doohan has to settle for 14th, but it's another car between us and Piastri now. We're not going to be on these tyres for very long. Evening, Mike.
And you are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
Yeah, confirm.
We are already chomping into the lead of George Russell. Is he going to box this lap? No, he's stayed out again. He's going to try and tough out this rain then. He's going to be slow, but is he going to be quick enough to save on not stopping? DRS is still active. At least for this lap anyway.
Tyre temps look good.
Yeah.
Track temperature has plummeted, look. 36 degrees. I think we just about managed to drop Bearman. And there goes the DRS. So now we should start to pull away from Ollie Bearman. Piastri's got past Doohan. It's going to be harder for him to get past Schumacher and Norris as well. And the gap to Max for George is 4.5 seconds and dropping fast. And this is where we need to clear Russell. instantly when we get to him. We can't get held up behind him. Evening, Cats. I didn't see you pop in. Nearly 4 seconds out of George on that previous lap.
Cool the car.
Okay.
A lot more grip than him in the corners as a result of being on the right tyre. We're through. We're away. And now we have to absolutely push as hard as we can before the track starts to dry up again. Because I'm not sure whether that is going to be wet enough for the Inters. It's going to be very, very difficult to tell. The fact that George is still out there leads me to think that it will be potentially dry enough for slicks again. Bearman is through, but he has lost an extra bit of time to us. Lawson and Pourchaire are fighting over P9 and P10. There is Norris. I'm going to calm Norris's tyres down just in case we do stay on these tyres.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
But with Max in front and in clean air, no dirty air, I'm going to keep pushing like crazy. Tyres will go the distance, as you can see. But it depends as to whether or not they are the right tyres to go the distance on. Hadjar gets past Russell. Russell down to P7 now. And Leclerc gets through. Lawson's stuck behind him. There might be an opportunity for Norris to try and squeeze through ahead of Bortoletto. Depends who gets boxed in by George. It's going to be us. We're the ones who are going to get stuck behind George. There we go, we're through. Schumacher will probably follow us straight through. And does.
Doing a good job. At the moment, P11. 1.0 now.
And Piastri got through as well. I was hoping that George would hold Oscar up a bit more. A vain hope, I know, but we can always wish and hope and dream. You can see Bearman was 0.3 quicker than Max on that previous lap. And Bortoletto having a look at Pourchaire in front of us. We've got Mick close to the back of us. Let's turn the tyres back up again. And Russell has finally decided to box. Now, is he going on to Inters, or is he going to change for a new set of dry tyres? He's going Inters. So now I don't know whether these are going to be the right tyres to stay on for the rest of the race. I mean, it's going to be up and down. Look, it's going to be dry again very soon, but that just means that it'll be less than 1 mil. Doesn't mean it'll be dry enough for slicks. And Russell now at the back of the grid. And in no man's land a little bit. Mick is getting feisty. Let's try and fight him off.
So deployed.
Confirm.
Try and get back on Porsche, who has been passed by Bortoletto. Still get that lag on the run through Casino there. Turn the tyres back up while we can.
And charge button on.
Confirm.
So this is going to be an intriguing next phase of the Grand Prix. Not quite close enough to Teo. Evening Death. Yeah, Bearman's pushing Max, but I think Max is good enough to stay ahead. At least I hope he's good enough to stay ahead. Kind of banking on it. Norris under a lot of pressure from Schumacher, which is why he's not able to close in on these guys. Track is now starting to dry. And as I say, it is going to be below 1 mil according to this, but it doesn't mean it's going to be dry enough to put the slicks back on. And even if it is, it might not stay dry enough for very long. We go back to the battle at the front. Let's turn the battle assist on.
Okay, ramp mode push.
Okay.
Looks like Antonelli might be closing in slightly as well. Yeah, a little bit quicker on that. Oh, a lot quicker on that last lap. He pushed 1.2 seconds quicker. Yeah, he's flying right now as the track is drying. Yeah, there we go. Look, it's only going to go below 1 mil for a small period of time. So it looks like it is going to be inters for the rest of the race now. I'm more confident in that, given that George has finally got off those mediums. That was a very strange decision from George.
How's the track?
Alright, this is where DRS is going to be active. This is where it's going to be tricky for Norris. Because Schumacher is going to get DRS on us here, I think. Yeah, rear wing open for Mick. Norris nowhere near close enough to the cars in front to get any kind of benefit from them, slipstream or otherwise. So, we're going to go into always defend for Lando. Try and make it a little harder for anyone to get past him. We want to keep Piastri frustrated. And the best way to do that is to keep Mick behind us like this. Because then there's no room for Oscar to make his move on Mick. .85 mil. Still Inters at the moment for 0.84, 0.83. And it's not going to stay dry enough, long enough to justify coming in and putting on a set of soft tyres. I don't think. Not according to that prediction there. But we're into that now little crossover period where hopefully Max's skill comes to the fore. It is just below the better conditions for Inters over slicks. 0.77, slicks still technically faster. So it's in those crossover periods like that, and there we go, it's going back up already, look. It's in those crossover periods like that that the adaptability rating is king. The gap to Porsche has exploded to 5 seconds now. Norris under a huge amount of pressure, and Piastri now under pressure from Doohan. Doohan thought about it a little look, backed out of it. But if we can keep Max, ahead at the top like this and keep Norris frustrating everyone behind him like this, it does open up the option, or say the option, it opens up the possibility of cars making a move on Piastri. It also potentially does give Piastri a chance to try and get past Schumacher as well. But, that is just a risk we will have to take.
Use the energy.
See if we can at least close the gap a little bit with what battery that we have got left for Norris. I'm amazed that the tyres are still doing okay temperature-wise. And that is something that Bearman is going to have problems with, potentially, his tyre temperatures. It will hurt his grip level later in the Grand Prix if we do stay on these tyres. It will potentially push him into having to stick another set of Inters on. We don't need to.
Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
So a three-way fight. Antonelli, one of the form drivers of the season at the moment, has been very, very quick. Won the sprint here, won the Grand Prix last night. Been scoring a lot of points recently. Norris doing everything he can to keep Oscar out of the points at the moment. Bearman having a cheeky little look. Max shuts him down. The track is getting wetter again. DRS is going to go away soon. Just need Norris to survive a little bit longer. There we go. And the gap has dropped between Piastri and Doohan to 1.3 seconds now. So Piastri's getting impatient, trying to find a way through as Mick tries to find a way through.
Mode push now.
Yeah.
We use a little bit of battery from Max.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Schumacher's got through. Damn it. He got us at the hairpin.
Let's take a look at the replay. Right, we're at turn 9. That's the location for this one.
Oh, he got us. Yeah, he got alongside us at the chicane. Yeah, okay, so that might make things a little easier, potentially.
And Mick Schumacher says, Dankeschön.
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
It might help keep our pace up a bit if we can stay behind him in his slipstream and keep Oscar frustrated that way. We can keep our pace up by getting that toe, theoretically. We might even get the place back. We are getting the place back. That'll be a shot in the arm for Norris. That gets him into peak confidence.
You're doing a good job.
Once again, we have a car between us and Oscar. Very nice. We've got a yellow flag.
A crash in the main straight, on the left, crash in the main straight.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Look at the McLaren
Freddie
driver
Vesti
here.
and
Pushing a
Pato.
bit too hard at this point.
Yeah,
And
Pato.
there, the cars make contact. Now their confidence will have taken a hit with that.
So potentially a little bit of rear damage there to Vesti, but certainly some front wing damage to Pato. Yeah, Vesti's got some damage as well. He's got a hole in that rear wing. I mean, without the DRS, it's less of an issue, but with DRS active, that stops the DRS from opening, so that could be a problem for Freddie.
Charge on, please.
Okay.
Ooh, did we get the DRS back off of Mick there?
Good job.
Yes, we did. Excellent stuff.
P11.
This does now give Piastri a chance as Bearman had another look at Max. And there goes the DRS. So Oscar has lost his key weapon to try and get past Mick here into turn 1 and 2. And that will lose Bearman his key weapon in trying to get past Max as well. Hopefully things will start to settle down a bit now. So a rundown of the order then on lap 38 as we are just past the halfway point. Max leads from Ollie Bearman and Kimi Antonelli, half a second between each car there. We've got another yellow flag. Who was that? That was Antonelli. But he did a Vettel. He cut turn 4.
That's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted.
Didn't cost him anything. He's still close. P4 is Arvid Lindblad, then Albon in P5, Leclerc P6, 7th for Hadjar, 8th for Lawson, 9th for Bortoletto, 10th for Teo Pourchaire, then 11th is Orlando Norris, who's keeping Schumacher at bay. Piastri stuck in P13 at the moment, which is excellent for Max. Long may that continue. P14 for Doohan, 15th for Sainz, 16th for Vesti and 17th for O'Ward. Those two had a little collision a couple of laps ago. Vesti has some minor rear wing damage, minor front wing damage for Pato. Then it's Gasly, Drogovic, and still way at the back of everybody, George, after that ridiculously long stint on the medium tyres, where he tried to tough it out and the track just never came back to him. I want to take Norris out of full defend to see if it will help him go a little bit quicker to try and get onto Porsche, but it will definitely leave him more vulnerable to Schumacher, who I think is just quicker anyway, especially considering where his teammate is right now. So it's going to leave him as he is, just outside the points for now. Maybe he'll get a chance to get in there as the race progresses. These tyres are still hanging on really well. Look, the temperatures are still good. They haven't overcooked at any point yet, which I find very, very surprising. We've got 90% wear left on these tyres and 32 laps to do on these tyres. Now 31 laps. They're going to be absolutely fine. This could be it. This could be the running order for the rest of the race. Max should be able to keep Bearman at bay. Bearman will probably keep Antonelli at bay, because I think Bearman might be slightly quicker than Max at the moment, but can't do anything about it. Norris is keeping Schumacher behind him, which is frustrating the crap out of Oscar. And I will quite happily sacrifice a couple of points for Norris if it means that Verstappen can close a huge number of points on Oscar. And we had another yellow flag. Somebody running wide. Well, lock up for Pato.
Let's have a look at that. So we're heading now into turn 5. Well, you can see the lockup. What
got
caused
very
that,
close again to the back of Freddie Vesti there. Vesti must be like, again? Seriously? Come on. Interesting seeing where Norris is making those gains. Enough to keep Schumacher at bay like this. Very interesting indeed. Another yellow flag.
Single yellow.
Yeah.
Spin for Lawson this time.
Let's take a closer look. Now we're down at turn 9. Oh no, that's not how to do it. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure.
Got going pretty quickly. Don't think he's going to lose a place because of it.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today.
He's got Porsche getting through. There we go. So, no, not yet. They're still 5 seconds clear of us. And now Porsche's through. Ooh, they're side by side. Side by side. Moon's going to have to run up the inside here. Is it going to be enough? Lawson has muscled his way back through again. Lawson keeps the position. A little bit of fighting though has allowed Norris to close the gap a little bit. Max still keeping Bearman comfortably behind him. Battery not quite where it needs to be to think about a breakaway yet. Let's check the weather situation. We've got another dip coming up. DRS is going to come back very soon. We probably try and push now
DRS.
while we can.
Confirm.
Gap's down to 3.5 seconds. Let's see if we can get Norris back onto the DRS of these guys. If Mick doesn't come with us, we are opening the door for Piastri to try and find his way through. So we're definitely taking a little bit of a gamble here as we start pushing before the track gets to DRS level again. Focus everything on going forward. See if we can close that gap down a bit. And we have left the door open a little bit for Oscar. And he pounces. Damn it. Really hoping Mick would come with us.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Okay.
Let's see how quickly Oscar rockets up to the back of us. Pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. Damn it. Have we massively screwed up there? We might have just massively screwed up there. And we are burning the fuel off as well, which I was not expecting us to burn it off this quickly. Piastri is looking very feisty. We're going to have to go back into full defend.
Try to stay in front.
No, 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 no! Damn it, Oscar. He's not in the points yet.
I just don't have the pace.
Race is long. Gap to him 1.4.
He hasn't even used up that much battery as well. Look, his battery in the 70s. That was just a pure pace overtake, that was. Okay, let's see if we can stay close to him, and then if and when the DRS comes back, we'll see if we can get in front of him. At least he's still out of the points for now. The question is, though, can we stay with him?
Confirm.
Not on this pace, evidence we can't. The track's actually getting worse. Just went to 1.2. We know it is going to start drying up again. Started getting a little greedy there, thinking that maybe we could get Norris into a good position. I really thought Schumacher was going to follow us, and he didn't. And it's backfired in a big way, and now there's a chance that Schumacher might pick off Lando Norris here.
All right, let's concentrate.
Leclerc finally gets through on Alex Albon. That has been a long time coming, and I do mean a long time. He's been stuck behind him for a good 20 plus laps. Albon trying to take the place back. Leclerc covers him off. And now the track's drying up. How long is it going to stay dry? Is this going to be a window for slicks? Maybe. Probably not. Schumacher is all over Lando once again.
Charge button on.
Okay.
Oh, we screwed this up. We've let Oscar through, and we can't get back on terms with him. We just don't have enough pace with Norris. I keep forgetting our drivers are both doing fulfillment work for the sponsors, which is hurting their performance. That's why we didn't see Max open up big gaps in those crossover periods like he would normally have done. It's why Norris is struggling to keep people behind at the moment. Evening, Nigel. Ooh. Oh, it's a fault for Pato, not Oscar.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Right, Bearman is actually just out of range as the DRS is about to kick in. Oscar's tyres are pretty much okay as well. I don't think he's got tyre issues, anything like as severe as I was expecting it to have. It's certainly not the carnage we saw last year. We'd lost more than half the grid by this point. In fact, we'd lost pretty much everybody by this point. I think we'd had all of the retirements by lap 47, 48. We've had 2 so far, and they both came at the very beginning of this one. So Lawson and Porsche are stuck behind Bortoletto. Piastri's right there with them now, and the gap back to 4 seconds again. There's the DRS. Antonelli has got through. Oh, and he's taken off Max as well.
What's going on? I don't know.
But we will have the DRS to punch our way back through, which is what we're going to do immediately. At least try to, anyway.
He is 2.3 seconds behind. Let's have mode push.
Okay.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Yeah.
Backing out of it. It's not like Max.
Okay.
Antonelli finally got some pace to unleash and take this win away from us. That would be disastrous if that happens. The just 1 place loss will cost us 7 points. We are still in DRS range. We've left Bearman for dead. I think Bearman's tyres might well be struggling a little bit more because he has spent so long right on the gearbox of Max Verstappen, trying to find a way through and failing.
Cool the car.
Okay.
There we go. We're through. We've got the DRS. Yep. That should be move done again. And we are going to put Max into
charge on.
Always defend now.
Okay.
Don't want that to happen again.
You need to keep the cars behind you. Behind you.
I also want to save some battery as well. There we go. 116.8. Kimi did a 118.5 and 119.5 for Bearman. Albon gets back in front of Charles Leclerc. Pato finally gets past Freddie Vesti. Or does he? Yes, he does. And Vesti's now in trouble with Gasly. Remember, Vesti's rear wing does not work for DRS with that hole in it. So it's in conditions like these, when DRS comes back into activity, that he suffers. He's in that 1 second window, but his rear wing will not open up now. Look at the gap opening up at the front. Antonelli is trying again. He's just not brave enough in
Currently P1.
to try and punch his way through. Albon again gets past Leclerc briefly. Those two have been squabbling a lot. Hadjar is lurking and waiting to try and get the pair of them. And he's having a little look at Leclerc here. Can he box him in? No, he can't. Not quite. "20 laps to go, including this lap." Which is almost over, so effectively 19 laps left in this Grand Prix. Max leads by 0.2 of a second from Kimi Antonelli. DRS is starting to go away again. The track is starting to dry. This time, Kimi's feeling a bit brave to try and get alongside. Max will shut him down again. He's going to become increasingly more desperate to get through before that DRS goes away.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Cool.
We've got a full battery with Norris, we may as well use it.
So let's go mode push.
See the sun poking through the clouds, but the rain is about to shut the DRS down again.
Charge on.
Bearman's actually closed the gap back up again while we've been defending from Antonelli. It's just 4 seconds now. And there goes the DRS. So, theoretically should be smooth sailing for Max. I think he's got enough skill to keep Antonelli at bay. Just, I'm worried that Antonelli's going to have one of those I got hit quite badly moments and kill Verstappen's car. Norris has closed the gap significantly to Oscar here while he's been pushing.
Comfort.
And Leclerc did get overtaken by Hadjar. Albon's still ahead of the pair of them, but Leclerc down to 7th place now, so that's more points gained over Ford as things currently stand. Doohan gets past Schumacher. "17 laps to go." It's about as close as we can get before we completely run out of battery. We are going to run out on this lap as it is. We've got 2.5 seconds between Doohan and us. That's a fault for Bearman.
1.8.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Go away, Crofty. Antonelli is still having a little look in the braking zones. It is going to be a straight fight to the flag between Max and Kimi. I don't think we're going to see the DRS again. I mean, it says maybe in 12 minutes, but I don't know.
Yep.
Norris is now closing in on Piastri. Maybe our tyres are in better shape than some of the teams around us. Again, we have been in clean air for the most part, and Max out front, and Norris just too far back to be a threat to anybody.
Next guy in front is Piastri.
He'll start, his tyres will start to overheat as he gets
him,
closer to Oscar.
1.7.
But yeah, we've got a decent little margin here. Can we now finally start to compete with Max? With Lando. You can see his tyres now starting to overheat as he gets closer to Oscar. Almost out of spare fuel. Another little look at the hairpin for Antonelli. Max shut him down again. Gap to do in is 3 seconds, so we've got a little bit of a safety cushion there. We don't have to worry about defending anymore. Another little bit of time taken out of Piastri. 15 laps to go. Can we hang on against a very determined and very much in form Kimi Antonelli? Water level is increasing once again. Very slightly. 1.12 mil on track now. It's been a very sort of unusual Grand Prix. It's been very interesting, and there's been definite anxious moments, and very little has actually happened. But when you've got the slowest car and you're hanging on to the lead for pretty much the entire race, you know, it is going to make it tricky. It is going to make it, you know, tense. I'm definitely feeling more nervous as the laps tick down. Desperately need this win. Bortoletto is now slow. Please do not let Piastri through. In the database, it was very tight with comparison. What, between cars or? Yeah, it is tight between the whole field. I mean, Mercedes are a bit better than us, and Antonelli is in a lot of form right now. The biggest weakness we have is top speed. We are probably the worst car by a handsome margin on actual top speed. We're not too bad on acceleration. not great with DRS, although it's not really an issue at the moment.
Piastri.
We just don't quite have enough pace to close the gap back up again. At least Bortoletto's got himself back
Right,
onto the
let's
cars in
concentrate.
front. So we need Lawson to basically drive like an old grandma now. Give us a chance to try and get back in front of Piastri. And just put another car between him and the points. That's it for spare fuel for now. Let's turn that down for a
And we
couple
need
of
to
laps.
increase lift and coast by 30%.
Okay.
Might hurt us in the braking zones. I hope that doesn't determine whether or not we get to keep the lead. It might do. We'll do the same here for Norris now that he's out of spare
And
fuel
we
as
need
well.
to increase lift and coast.
Okay, confirm.
At least we've got a reasonably healthy battery for Max. It's not full, not close to being full, but it's not too far away. Norris is close again to Oscar. There's Bearman in the background now, over 5 seconds away. His gap, well, his fault has cleared. Whatever it was has cleared up. So he's back to normal pace again. Closest we've been for a little while. We're not turning the tyres down. We don't need to. Ooh, just took a bite out of us. So I have this theory that when you're in the slipstream, you save fuel faster than when you're running, in clean air. And I'm curious as to whether that's the case between these two or not. It's hard to say because Max had been at zero fuel for a little while, whereas Norris had only literally just dipped into it when we turned his fuel down. So I'm not 100% certain. We are in that sort of slipstream window now. $11 laps to go. Max leads from Antonelli, then Bearman, Lindblad in 4th, 5th for Albon, 6th for Hadjar, 7th for Leclerc. Then a bit of a gap back to Lawson, who leads Pourchaire, Bortoletto, Piastri and Norris. 2.5 seconds back is Doohan, with Schumacher, Sainz, Gasly behind him. Then a big gap back to Freddie Besti, O'Ward, Drugovic, and George has finally caught the back of the track, the back of the train. But it's still definitely 20th place after that ridiculously silly decision to keep going on the mediums when it was clearly too wet for the mediums. Schumacher gets back in front of Doohan. See that spare fuel starting to come back for both drivers. 10 laps to go as Max crosses the line. There's Kimi. Battery's almost full now.
Currently P1.
Tyre temps are still absolutely fine. Norris's temps
He's
are a little
0.5
high,
behind.
but they're not too bad. Only just going into the yellow.
So P12.
I do want to see if I can maybe squeeze a little bit more battery into Norris's car.
Gap to him 2.2.
because there's no way we're going to get through without it. Oh, water's getting much wetter on track. Look, 1.4. That's the wettest it's been for a very long time.
Confirm.
Are we going to get a couple of laps of DRS at the end, though? This would suggest yes. We slipped out of DRS range. Let's start pushing the fuel again.
Charge button on.
And Mick is now just a second behind us. He has broken away from doing and is coming after us hard.
You are doing a good job.
Yeah, confirm.
This is going to be a really tense last few laps. Norris is kind of back into DRS range. Almost. Antonelli putting the pressure on again. He's having a little look. Again, Max shuts him down, but a fully committed lunge like that might be difficult to stop next time. Piastri's getting very feisty again, trying to find his way past Bortoletto. We are not quite close enough to him. Let's give Max some more fuel to push.
Suggest that you can reduce the amount of lift and coast at turn 1.
Yeah.
And annoyingly, I think I'm going to have to burn a little bit of battery from Norris. I don't want to put him back into, as Pato's car gets worse, I don't want to put him back into full defend yet. If there is an opportunity to try and push forward, as Seitz and Doohan are fighting over P14. We are so close to the back of Oscar. If I put him into full defence to cover off Mick, I will lose the train in front. At this point, Oscar's ahead of us. Norris is out of the points. He's not going to drop down below these two. So there's no risk of not fulfilling the sponsor obligations if we stay on track. But if there is a chance to get ahead of Oscar and then maybe even jump into the points as well, we've got to take that gamble.
And
I think we're going to have to force the issue by just putting the battery on now. We don't have much. Nothing gamble.
Yeah, confirm.
Not quite there. Can we get him into the hairpin?
Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Come on, get him, get him, get him.
Confirm.
Yes. We're out of battery. I'm out of spare fuel again.
Yeah, confirm. Yep.
Full defense.
Try to stay in front.
Mega.
Mega.
Max out of spare fuel as well. Let's turn that back down. Track is drying and drying quickly. And we are in DRS range just of Bortoletto. If we can just stay close enough,
We need to do more lift and coast,
we
please.
just might be able to squeeze a point out of Max as well. Sorry, out of Lando as well as Max. I don't know if we can stay close enough with the pressure that we're going to be under from Oscar. We might get dropped just by going ultra defensive again. Again, we're at the point where we are in front of Oscar, so if we have to sacrifice to make sure, it's through. God damn it! That did not take long. Wait, am I in clean? No, I'm not in clean air. Okay.
Continue, keep going. And charge button on, charge button on.
Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Yeah, okay.
Let's try and get some battery because the
5
DRS is
laps
coming.
to go.
Yeah, okay.
Antonelli is still close. Lindblad's got past Bearman, so Lindblad on for a podium if he can stay ahead of him.
How's the track?
Yeah, here it's right. Well, maybe I take 6 then.
Oh god, no, we're not boxing for slicks. We're toughing it out like this. DRS is turned off again already. That was a second of DRS. If it stays like this, I'll be happy, because then we won't have to worry about getting dive bombed by Kimi and not being able to get past him again. The weather just teasing us slightly there.
Alright, let's concentrate.
4 laps to go at the end of this lap.
Oh, it's going to be tight, isn't it? 4 laps left. Still less than half a second between us and Antonelli, as it has been for many, many laps now. This has been a truly championship drive from Max Verstappen today. Showing why he's a 4-time world champion and in the hunt to become a 5-time world champion.
From tyre points of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary.
Yeah.
Confirm.
I don't think Norris is going to be able to get back on terms again. But this is the battle that we're really concerned about. I'm hoping that Bortoletto will keep Oscar out of the points. If he does get past Bortoletto, as long as he doesn't go too much higher than that,
3
it's
laps
not too
to
bad.
go.
It's only a point that Max could possibly lose out on. More importantly is making sure that we finish in front of Antonelli, because dropping down here loses us 7 points. We have a full battery ready to use as and when we need it, which will basically be the 2 laps to go. Just another 0.01 mil added to the water level. There's still a chance that it might suddenly just drop below 1 mil and completely screw me over. It's not a done deal yet. Pato and Drugovic fighting, or was that Pato and George? I'm not sure. Might have been Drugovic getting past O'Ward, I'm not sure. 2 laps to go. Can Max pick up win number 4 this year? Take the lead in terms of race wins.
2 more laps after this one.
Kimi has
Okay.
3 wins. Oscar has 3 wins. Max has 3 wins. Leclerc has 2. Ran
Get
spare
back to
fuel
lifting
again.
coast now.
Okay.
Increase lift and coast.
Confirmed.
Mode push.
Okay.
Full draining of the battery now. I could theoretically go a little bit quicker if I turn off the always defend, but I'd rather have that safety net just in case. We've broken the gap anyway. Piastri trying to get past Bortoletto. Bortoletto does a fantastic job of shutting him down there. Thank you so much, Gabriel Bortoletto. Hold him again
Deployed,
if you can,
deployed.
or take him out. That would be either would be preferable. Piastri is going to get that point, I think. Maybe is Bortoletto the one with the slipstream? I think he is, but Piastri has the inside line. Bortoletto tries to squeeze him. Ah, come on, Bortoletto. No. No. Oscar claims a point
And
back.
tires are okay.
So that wipes out the point that we scored in the sprint. Drugovic's car now has an issue on the
And
final
as
lap.
far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Crofty is, as always, a complete fountain of information there. All of it useless. Bortoletto
Slowly
is still
stop.
fighting.
You are doing
Max
a
is
good
going to
job.
cruise to victory.
Confirmed.
We are out of battery, so we can't get back involved in the fight.
Yeah,
Or
good.
can we? We're right there. Ah, we are so close. Piastri has got that point. Bortoletto is not going to be able to get
Really
past
means so
Oscar.
much to the team.
And we are not going to be able to get past Bortoletto. Can we at least stay ahead of
Was that
Schumacher?
a good race, or was that a good race? You tell me.
That was a good race, Max.
And there's the checkered flag. Max Verstappen is our winner.
You can't say they didn't earn it. They put in an amazing performance today.
Oh, can Norris keep Schumacher behind? Just. That was tight. I don't know how it went wrong for Mick there in the chicane.
And check it
Norris
back.
will finish P12. It's a little disappointing. Piastri did manage to sneak that point. We should have just not tried to push Norris earlier and open that gap for him to get Piastri to get past Schumacher and then us. But we only lost the 1 point, which cancels out the 1 point extra that we scored over him in the sprint. So we've gained 25 points over Oscar Piastri today. That means the gap in the championship is down to just 5. Ooh, that's tight.
A great drive today from Max Verstappen.
That was a really well-executed race, I thought. Major credit to the driver, the pit wall, and the whole team for that win.
The team has been waiting patiently there, and you can see just how much it means to each and every one of them. And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
4 superb wins to their name now this year, and it's been a pleasure watching them drive.
Plenty of smiles for the cameras as the drivers can let off some steam here in Montreal.
2 potential world champions alongside Max there, Arvid Lindblad and Kimi Antonelli. Thank you, Batachi. That's very kind of you to say so.
How do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll be absolutely delighted to have picked up the win here. What a great outcome that is for the team.
that's it for this weekend's F1 action here in Montreal.
The next round of the season will see Formula One return to the States as the glitz and the glamour of Las Vegas awaits.
So, confirmation of the final result then. Max takes the win. A hard-fought, well-deserved win over Kimi Antonelli, who we basically had to fight off for almost the entire race there. How long was he ahead? Let's take a look at lap history. So, Antonelli was stuck behind him. Had that little brief moment where he got ahead, but from lap 47, when he got past Ollie Bearman, all the way through to the end, it was how long we had to defend. And of course, Max was defending like crazy from Bearman all the way through up to that point. So Bearman ended up finishing 4th, but Bearman was putting Max under pressure since lap 25. Yeah. We basically had to drive nearly 50 laps, keeping everybody, just behind us like that. That was absolutely an incredible drive from Max Verstappen. And 25 huge points for us today. Antonelli takes 2nd. Lindblad gets a really good podium for him in 3rd. Slightly disappointing for Bearman. He is in 4th place, having to miss out on the podium by just half a second. Albon takes 5th. Leclerc did get back ahead of Isaac Hadjar at the end there. To take 6th, Hadjar down to 7th, then it was Lawson in 8th, Porsche 9th, Piastri did get that final point, annoyingly, then Bortoletto in 11th, 12th for Schumacher, for Norris, 13th for Schumacher, 14th for Sainz, 15th for Gasly, 16th for Jack Doohan, 17th for Freddie Vesti, 18th for George Russell, 19th for Felipe Drugovich, 20th and last for Pato O'Ward. 2 retirements, Yuki Tsunoda having a very weird crash right at the very beginning of the Grand Prix on the opening lap. And then Franco Colapinto having a weird crash of his own not too long afterwards. So, not a great race for those two. And poor old George. Why? I'm curious, was it his decision? Was it the team's decision? But staying out all that time on those mediums when the track was clearly too wet and was going to stay too wet too long. And in the end, the track never did actually come back to the point where slicks were the optimal tyre, for any kind of period of time. So even if he had stayed out on those mediums and got to that point when it went to just below 0.8 mil, it didn't stay there very long. So yeah, a big mistake from McLaren and or George there today. Staying out way too long on those mediums. He dropped right down the order, down to 20th, and eventually fought his way up to 18th. But man, that was a bad race for him. So, at the top of the drivers' standings, it is just 5 points between Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen as we go into the final 3 rounds of the championship. Next up is Vegas, which is a sprint weekend as well, and we usually go very well at Vegas. So we could possibly be leading the World Championship tomorrow. Possibly. In 3rd place, now above Charles Leclerc, is Kimi Antonelli. He's on 206 points. He's 46 points behind Max and 51 points behind Oscar. He's not out of it yet either. Let's not forget, there's still double points on offer in the final Grand Prix at Brazil, which is why I think Oscar is still probably favourite to win this championship. But you can't rule out Antonelli. He's in really good form and is closing the gap as well. So Charles Leclerc drops down into 4th place, 8 points this weekend. He's now on 190. Technically, he's still in the race as well, given that, again, 50 points available in Brazil. So can't rule him out either. Yuki Tsunoda on 175 in 5th. Lindblad moves above George Russell. He's now on 145. Russell on 127. Lando gets 3 more points. He's up to 122. No points for Sainz. He stays on 100. Bearman closes the gap to 13 points. He's now on 87. Then it's Albon with 70. Hadjar moves up 1 place above teammate Gasly by 5 points. He's on 47 to 42 for Gasly. Porsche moves above Bortoletto by a point. He's on 40. Then Bortoletto with 39. Drugovic with 37. 35 points now for Liam Lawson, just 2 behind. Then it's Colapinto with 25 points. Mick Schumacher with 18. 15 points for doing. Pato has 7. And Freddie Vesti bottom with 5. Let's take a look at the constructors. We outscored Ford by 20 points. So the gap has come down to 73. Again, not impossible, but we need them to have a really bad race in Brazil and us to have a really good race in Brazil, I think, for us to have any real chance of winning the constructor standings. Mercedes in third on 246. They are 128 points behind us. We scored another 5 over them today. It's a nice healthy margin to have going into Brazil over them, because we will need it. Aston in fourth place are on 210. They're not too far behind Mercedes now, although they did lose 17 points this weekend. They're only 36 behind, so all to play for in the battle for third. Ferrari on 187 points. HiTech getting some really good points today with 22 points earned. They're on 163 now. 132 points for McLaren, 109 for Williams, 89 for TGR. Audi still stuck on 52 and Maserati still stuck on 32. Audi have not kicked on this season like I thought they were going to. In the pit stop challenge, we did just make the leaderboard there. Down in fourth place. So Williams has scored some strong points. TGR gets second, third for fourth for Audi, fifth for Mercedes, sixth again for Audi. So good day for them here. HiTech takes 7th, we take 8th, Ferrari 9th, and Williams get the final point in 10th. So the standings look like this. Ford top with 292 points, Ferrari second, only scoring 2 today. Excuse me, they're on 260, 32 points behind. It's looking more and more like Ford are going to win this title now. Williams overtake us by 3 points. They scored 26 to our 4 today, so it's 246 to 243. That's not good. McLaren on 144, just 2 points clear of HiTech. TGR move above Aston, they're on 124 to Aston's 118. Audi are up 1 place as well, they're on 69 points, they move 9 clear of Mercedes, outscoring them by 10 points today. And Maserati bottom with 19 points. Let's take a look at our stops, a 1.997. Normally not that bad a stop, but just not quick enough today. 1926 was the slowest for the top 10. And then a 1895, not bad for Norris. Just 88 thousandths of a second off the quickest stop, but only good enough for 8th place today. Both drivers do hit their sponsor targets comfortably, so another 900k added to the bank. Let's head back to HQ, start prepping for Vegas. Alright, our helipad refurb is complete. Our spare front wing is done and in the inventory. And we have 4 days to go until Vegas. So, we have 1.5 million. Something's broken on one of our cars. No surprise there. Let's dive into the inbox. So, let's see. A suspension failure and an underfloor failure. So we're down to 1 spare for each of those 2 parts after that now. Let's clear those off. Let's fix the cars and then go and speak to the board. See what they thought. Oh, that underfloor's at high risk, so that's going to break soon as well. We're going to try not to make any more parts now. There's a lot of parts here at medium risk. Yeah, we're going to try and get through the rest of the season without making any more parts. Again, to try and avoid doing that, we will cannibalize Norris's car to keep Max's at top spec if we have to. But we are looking to save as much cash now as we can to pump into research for the rest of the season. In 4 days' time, we will have this project finished, so we'll be able to get another one started. We will have enough money to do that, just. And then we get to go to Vegas. Let's take a look at the board then, see what they thought. They should be happy. They were delighted with the win. Thank you, thank you. Good, good, good. 16 out of 17 Grand Prix that we scored points in now. It's been a very good season. Just that one anomaly, the bugged Australia race where we had the wrong binary installed for realistic racing. That kind of screwed things up a little bit for us, and we were incredibly slow compared to where we should have been. Let's see. We are still having some grumbles about finances, but we are going to drop that one off the order pretty soon. That will hopefully satisfy them a little bit more. This objective is looking very secure at the moment, but not complete until the end of the year. This one is complete, so awesome stuff there. We should be getting a nice little boost to our team profile, or team principal profile. Let's take a quick look. This is our 7th season as team principal. That's because of skipping 2024 and then simming through 2025 to get to the start of this Let's Play series. So technically only 5, so we can reduce the number of Grand Prix entries down a little bit as well. But we've had 22 podiums, and it doesn't tell us how many wins we've had, does it? It just tells us our best win or best finish in both of those. It just doesn't tell us how many, which seems a little weird. Let's do it this way then. So we can't see Season 2, which is good. Season 3 is when we started, when we took over. We scored a whopping 45 points in Season 3, our first year. Year 2, we got 2 wins, thanks to Hamilton. We also won a sprint race. We got 3 podiums in total and 120 points, a much better season. Season 3 for us. No. Yeah, Season 3 for us. We got 80 points, less points, only 1 win, and 3 podiums. We brought on Isaac Hadjar, and then we binned Hadjar off the following year to replace him with Max Verstappen. We got 160 points, no Grand Prix wins, but 2 sprint wins, a pole position, which was really nice. 5 podiums. And then this year, what a difference this year has made. And it's not because we got rid of Hamilton. It's because, of all the work we did at the, through Season 6 to get the car to the point where it is in Season 7. But 319 points, 5 wins, 4 of which are Max's, 1 of which is Lando's. 3 sprint wins, I think they're all Max's. And we've had a pole position and 11 podiums this season. We have had a really strong year. A really strong year indeed. And it still has 3 rounds to go. Let's advance time. There we go. The research project is complete. We have got space to do a new one and the funds to do a new one. Which one am I gonna go with? That is the question. Could do chassis, could do underfloor, could do side... I've already done 5 there. Let's do another underfloor. Try and just improve the underfloor a little bit more. Let's look at improving airflow sensitivity a bit more. In fact, might be better to look at improving the downforce, perhaps. There we go. Let's go with that. That'll take us through to the 6th of December. We go to the 3rd, 3 engineers. That will give us time to get another part in when this one completes, before the end of the year. There we go. So, we are 2 weeks away from the wings being done, and when that front wing's done, we will use our remaining ATR, which we haven't spent yet, to do a final front wing project with all the hours dumped in, to minimise the major losses that's going to incur. We've got another time to do another rear wing project as well, and then we will have time to do another project when this one finishes, and we will have time to do another project when this one finishes, hopefully without having to hire any more engineers as well. So let us take a quick overview of where we are. They can see our engine cooling is now 17th on the grid. Something in the inbox. What is that? Oh, that's just telling us about the suspension project, isn't it? What's the weather going to be like for Vegas tomorrow? Going to be cold. Tyre temps could be interesting. What is the actual temperature forecast? 11 degrees. Yeah. Tyre temps could be tricky to manage. Certainly won't be able to look after tyres, I don't think. I think we might have to push tyres a little bit. So the 2-stop might be the way to go. But I might start on the mediums and just try and potentially convert to a 1-stop if the opportunity arrives. We'll see how things go. It all depends, again, how we qualify. If we start low down, might be better to just go really aggressive on tyres. Get some quick overtakes, get an undercut, get back on the track, push really hard again. We'll see. We'll see how things go tomorrow. But that is tonight's race done and dusted. And boy, howdy, we have really brought the championship back alive with 3 rounds to go. Just 5 points now between Max and Oscar as we head to Las Vegas. That is tomorrow's race. We'll be back at the usual time of 8 p.m. here in the UK. That's GMT. So hopefully I will see you all for that. If you have enjoyed tonight's race, then as always, a thumbs up massively appreciated. Don't forget to do all the good stuff like sharing the video, subscribe as well if you haven't yet done so. Hit that bell for notifications, and I will be back with more F1 Manager very soon.